Trying to think of new or interesting things.
We're gonna start to it's some silence just for a moment here. Welcome everybody, and thank you for joining the Theist Helpline on Sunday, April the 7th, 2024. Your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are, in alphabetical order, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological academic biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy-boy chair. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco is the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, and I'm sorry, there's an updated description for him here. I just have to give me a moment, folks. I apologize for this.
That's okay. Don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go with the old description for now because I don't want to slow this down. The visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, the #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. Now, that description has been updated. It's on our website in the About section, which for some reason is not loading up right now at the moment. Yay, web browser technology. Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. Now, if you want to find a link to that and other resources from others, including Taco's new YouTube channel, please see our theisthelpline.com website, click in the About section, and you will find all our links in there. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We're really glad to see our lively audience here already. And before we start our program, I just wanted to find out if anybody had anything to add, any new announcements. I've got one as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just hope you all are having a fantastic Sunday, and I know we're going to have lots of theists who are going to prove the existence of God this week.
Oh, of course, yeah. What about you, IX? Is there anything new and interesting going on for you?
The usual. I mostly have been just continuing my studies in academic, biblical, archaeological matters. Find that's a bit more interesting than the philosophical arguments, but I'm sure people are going to want to talk about this or that modal ontological argument for God today, not actually look at the origins of the Bible. So we'll see.
Ah, indeed. That's excellent. Well, I hope the studies are going well. T-Jump, what's new and interesting for you aside from potatoes?
Nothing.
Say French fries.
Nothing.
What?
Taco, you've been doing some work lately in atheist presuppositional apologetics. How's that going for you?
Yes, it's going great. I developed a revolutionary method of atheist apologetics that's absolutely dominating all competition.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic. I've heard some of that, and it is so interesting. We'll start the show in just a moment here. I've got some news. I recently, just a few days ago, received a copy of the Canadian Constitution, a portion of it, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, signed by our Prime Minister, personalized to me, and it's such an honor to get this because it fits with the advocacy that I've been doing, because it protects our freedoms and whatnot. So I am planning to make a YouTube video about this once I get it framed. I just got to find the right frame for it because it is a big piece of paper. And he signed the backside in French as well, because I guess to people in Quebec, the French would be the front side, but to me, the English side is the front side because that's my primary language. Anyway, thank you everybody for joining us. I see the Taco. Did you want to bring up our first audience member here, who's got the raise hand option turned on?
Yeah, I think you said Not Fox wanted to come up prior to the event.
Oh yeah, so he's first in line. There we go. Hello, Not Fox. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. How are you today? Oh, he's not quite up yet.
All right, we'll go to Comp Mankey RYT.
Yeah, Not Fox may be having technical problems. Comp Mankey RYT, welcome, and thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm doing good.
What's on your mind?
What I want to ask is, what do you guys think about the eclipse? What do you guys think about that?
I think nature's awesome.
Yeah, but why do you think NASA's trying to shoot some rockets there? What do you think about that?
Clearly, it's aliens.
What? Okay, so maybe you can fill us in on the rocket situation. I'm not familiar with that one, and probably another our members aren't
So,
either. Maybe what's going on there?
NASA's saying, the moon is rusting and stuff, and it's turning red and shit.
No, it's purple.
Yeah. Oh, purple. What? Nah, it's not purple, bro.
Yes, because rocks rust. It's purple.
Then it's purple. Then it doesn't matter. It's just rusting, and yeah. So they're shooting rockets there, and they're trying to look what's going there, bro. What's going on there? I want to ask guys what you guys think about that. About the eclipse.
100%.
Because people were panicking. They're getting the whole army. They're getting the military army in. They're getting they telling people to stock up on food and hide in bunkers, bro. It's crazy, bro.
It's just the moon's version of
So
Y2K.
Aki, have you heard of the Antikythera mechanism? It was made about 150 or 205 BC approximately near Syracuse by people, something like the famous Greek scientist who built the death ray with the optical stuff and machines to smash Roman ships and so on before they killed him, Archimedes. So around 200 BC, they built a complete clockwork computer that could predict the eclipses of many of the bodies in our solar system. And it probably terrified people even back then. People were just as paranoid and delusional about eclipses and comets being, signs of the end times or whatever. This is nothing new. It's been happening since 200 BC. People know how to predict eclipses.
Yeah, but people are saying this one is different. This one is actually a sign of God and shit. It's going to cross all the Ninevehs, and it's going across it's making an X too. People actually what's it called? It's really a sign for them. This one is
Very
different.
Specifically, this is the newest eclipse.
Yeah. After the Millerites admit that Miller was wrong, then we can talk about belief in prophecies.
Yeah, but some people actually think in these it's gonna actually come true. This prophecy.
Why do you think the moon? Why do you think the moon is rusting? You did say it's rusting, and why and how is shooting rockets at it going to help? You mentioned that too.
Because of the electromagnetic fields. They're trying to observe that. Science can't explain, these electromagnetic fields that well. I mean, it's hard for them to explain. So they're trying to observe it. They're trying to observe how, if the moon would do this in this way, how would it affect, the universe?
Wait, how is it rusting? Doesn't it need oxygen? What is it? What exactly?
The moon's going to affect the universe, guys. It's continuous spinning by gravity. It's going to pull Alice and Tori towards us a little faster.
I think
right.
Bill Riley explained this one. Papa Bear said, look, the moon goes, the tide goes in, the tide goes out, never miscommunication. You can't explain that. Case closed.
That's right.
You understand that, Maki?
I mean, the electromagnetic fields can't be explained like that, you know. Anyways, like
Tide goes in, tide goes out. Never miscommunication. You can't explain it. That's all there is to it.
yeah. Now I just want to say, you know, like you know, a lot of people like saying it, you know. It's a lot of prophetic stuff going on.
Yeah, people
you
say
sound really
words.
concerned about it.
They say words all the time. I think it's a message from God.
Yeah, of course, bro. Why not?
Exactly. He's just speaking through you. You're like speaking in tongues right now. That's why it's so hard to understand you.
Yeah. Speaking of tongues. Yeah. Anyways, like T-Jump. So, like, I haven't talked to you. I haven't talked to you for a good long time, you know. So I'm trying to catch up, you know. Yeah. So, like, I wanted to ask you, you know, like, what do you think about, you know, the LGBTQ thing, you know? They're putting like $800 into that shit.
GPT-2?
$800 million into that.
What do they put $800 million into?
Into like people transferring, you know?
Who?
What do you think about that?
Or I have no idea what you're talking about. Like,
You know, they're giving $800 million to like help LGBTQ people to transfer into
Who's they?
male.
Who's they? You talk about they like some kind of conspiracy theorist. Who's they?
What do you mean?
Okay, when you make a claim, they is not a valid party in a claim. You have to actually give a subject. Like, who are they?
Who are they? Yeah, I mean the elites, you could say.
Ah,
That's
the
what I
elites. Okay.
yeah, the elites.
Can
Yeah.
you make a specific claim with a specific piece of evidence for us to actually address?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, look, I don't even know the names of the elites, so like, I can't even say that. But
like the Bilderbergers, is this you know?
yeah, a company is more easy to graduate towards, but like elites, I don't know any names of any elites, bro.
Davos, that's an elite, right? Davos.
Yeah, presumably, yeah.
Our podcast is sponsored by Soros. I don't know if you.
Yeah, did you get your George Soros bucks?
yeah, I
You
did.
just have to sign up online.
I'm paid by NASA to
I
say
haven't-
the world is round.
I haven't received
Right.
mine yet, but maybe.
Yeah,
they're
but
having
like,
trouble in Canada.
this is a theory coming up again, you know, because of the eclipse. They're saying the world is flat again.
Oh no,
They never stopped saying it's flat, man.
they're
That-
going to
that hasn't
convince us
changed.
this time.
Yeah, and this time it's more because you know, how could you call it? Because
You sound like one of those people
you
at the
know,
racetracks. Like, I've lost every time, but you know, this time it's going to happen. I'm going to get that jackpot. Lucky number 7 horse, the worst one, is going to win. Got this.
It's not the
but the people actually say there's proof.
Good luck with
There's
that,
proof.
Keith. You'll need it.
There's literal proof for the Earth being flat, though.
Literally, no one has ever said that before in the past 2,000 years. Hasn't happened. Never has that been said before. First time this year, the current year.
Okay, but but I can I give you the proof that you know some people are telling me.
Some people say. Is that what you're telling us? Some people say.
Yeah, I mean, some
People.
people I talk to, you know, like you know, especially some of my friends, bro. Like,
Say
I
that
can
say
keep up
stuff.
with them.
Yeah.
Can you like
You're
discover
kind of all over the
something?
place. I get the feeling that you're kind of new to all this conspiracy theory stuff. I suggest you find a new hobby.
I like it, bro. I like conspiracy, but not all conspiracy are false. Like
should-
most of them are true.
You should check out Conspiracy Cats. He's very good with conspiracies.
Cats, nah.
Yep. He's like the lizard people, but a cat people who debunks flat earthers.
There's a
That's
cat in
not
our
for me,
audience,
bro.
By the way, there's even a cat in our audience right now.
Wait,
Where's the
really?
Can
Dude,
we talk to the cat? I'd love that. If you're a cat in our audience, can you
Yeah,
raise your
but
hand?
but we'll only bring them on stage. We'll only bring them on stage if they raise their paw.
Yeah, sorry, raise your paw. I'm sorry. I
Uh,
Thank you.
yeah. So this is called Theist Helpline. So like, it's trying to help theists, right?
Yeah, are you a
That's
theist?
the goal.
So what help
Yeah.
do you need?
I kind of need help. Like, what's it called? I kind of want help, to understand you guys, bro. It's
14
Atheist
minutes,
Helpline.
and we're on topic. Okay, tell us about your theism, sir.
Yeah. So what do you think about like atheists? Like morals and shit.
Better
I'm
than
not
the
an
Sky
atheist,
Daddy
and,
drowning babies.
Moral determination.
Because
Sorry, go
like,
ahead, T-Jump.
I think that atheist morals are better than worshiping a Sky Daddy who drowns babies. That is my position.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
but
tend
like
to
this,
agree with
it's
that.
like
Most atheists I know, I'm an atheist myself. Most
Yeah.
atheists I know are not in favor of hurting people, are not in favor of drowning babies, as T-Jump mentioned, and all these other things that are promoted in various religions, such as Christianity or Islam, has some pretty horrible things in it too. So for me, my moral determinations are definitely subjective. I'm kind of situational is mostly where it's at. I look at things like not only deciding on my own, but also looking at other sources that seem to be quite reasonable. There's been a lot of discussion of ethics and morals in philosophy, for example. And one of the most contemporary ones would be John Rawls. That's Rawls. Read up on his Veil of Ignorance. It's mainly made for policymakers and lawmakers, but I find it's useful in moral determination as well.
yeah, but like I didn't hear anything about hurting babies. Like I didn't hear about this.
Okay. Well, it is. Well, which religion are you favoring? Because maybe we need to work from there. That could explain a little bit.
Yeah, so like I'm more in favor of Christianity. Like feel me?
Okay. Well, the Christian God did drown a bunch of babies when he flooded the planet. And he's also ordered a father to kill his own son. There's another time he ordered somebody to go and collect a bunch of foreskins, and the guy came back with twice as many, and there didn't seem to be any complaints about that. There's a lot of problems with Christianity.
I mean, it just depends on how you view Christianity, because a lot of people can view Christianity in different ways. So, this thing with with the flood, like it would happen for a reason, right?
So do you think that it's okay to kill people by drowning? Because I've drowned before, and it is a terrible experience. In fact, I blacked out. When I woke up on a cot, I was coughing out water. It is just an awful feeling to go through that when you're drowning and you're trying to breathe and you're taking in water, you're not getting air. It is terrifying, I can tell you. And because I've had that experience when I was very young, because somebody threw me in a pool. They were drunk. Now, if God is going to drown people to death, that does not sound loving to me. That sounds horrific. But you think it's okay?
I mean, like if you're talking about like a more standard, like, and if you're using God as if your religion is using God as a moral standard, so I would think whatever God says, it's right and wrong, that is final.
Well, there's quite a lot of people who use God as a moral standard. If you're saying that that's where you get your morals from, and you think it's okay for him to drown everybody to death in the flood, like you're saying there's a reason for it, that sounds like you're saying it's okay.
I mean, I never said it was okay. It's just God's word is final, right?
Okay, so why would you worship a God who's doing something that you don't approve of? Because it sounds like you're not giving your approval there.
What do you mean?
Do you approve of what God did, drowning everybody to death, or do you not approve of that?
I mean, like you kind of have to understand, like the God's perspective in a way, like.
I'm asking you a very straightforward question. I'm assuming you understand all that. Do you approve of God drowning everybody to death, or do you not approve of that? Well, everybody save a few people on the ark, of course, but the vast majority of people on the planet and babies,
I mean, most
and
of
kittens,
most of these people sinned, right? So like.
So do you approve of God's decision to drown everybody, or do you not approve of it?
I mean, if they sin, like if they sin and keep sinning, then of course it's gonna happen, right?
So the babies,
I-
the
I-
evil sinning
I'm
babies.
asking you a pretty straightforward question.
I mean,
I'm asking you if you
like,
think it was okay for God to do that.
yeah, like I said, depending on the situation, it is.
So the evil
But at the same
sinning
time,
babies.
at the same
You're not
time,
answering my question. You are not answering my question. You're trying to dodge around it. I'm asking if you approve of your God when he in what's written in the Bible about him flooding the world and basically killing almost everybody on it. Do you approve of God's action on that?
Yeah, it's because of sin. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, and so this to me is I disagree with you on your approach here because I I don't approve of such an action. I think such an action is terrible. I think it's unethical. I think it's immoral. I think it's horrific, and it's torturing people to death because drowning is a horrible thing to experience. I've already gone through that. So I think you and I have a difference of opinion on here. Now, if you want to go into how it's justified, please feel free. Tell me how it's justified that he did that.
Yeah, I mean, we can go about justifying it later, but like, or if you want to hear it now, I can say it now. But like, I kind of want to actually.
Sure. We'll give you a couple of minutes to explain it. Go for it.
Yeah, so like, there's a lot of people that sin and shit, and there's a lot of people that don't try to take God's word, in that regard, and a lot of people ignore it and run away from it, so. And then, of course, I think there are some people, I mean, if you're talking about babies, of course, people that don't have, the rights to know what's right and wrong, like I do like agree with you in that regard, like it's not easy. Like at the same time, like it's not them being punished. Like,
can you make an actual specific statement other than it's not easy? Is it moral for God to drown babies or not?
I'm saying
with us, like it's a problem. So do you disagree with God? You think God's immoral for drowning babies?
Yeah, but like what do you say? Wait, what do you say the same about nature? Like you guys saying God and God, but like you guys can say the same about nature. Like if nature like
that's just changing the subject.
Well, actually, there's a distinction there. Hang on. There's a distinction there. Nature doesn't include the element of intention. God intended to do that. That's very clear. To do that. That's an intent. Oh no, that's an intentful action.
No, it's not. So like,
it didn't just happen by accident, man. You said they sinned. There's an intent there.
Based on his nature, he did it.
So why worship him if he's so horrible that people are dying and kittens are dying and puppies are dying and all of this?
I mean, it's based on the reason, like I said. Like you don't understand what sin is then. Like,
doesn't seem like you can defend Christian morality because you can't actually come up with a justification for God drowning babies who have not sinned. And so you admitted essentially that God is indefensible morally and that Christianity is morally bankrupt. Do you have any other claims about Christian morality you want to make?
Sure.
First of all, can you convince us that you're actually a Christian? Like, can you explain what's the basic creed of Christianity?
Let me just interject for a sec. He said he's a Christian. I'm willing to take his word at it. But if you have a higher standard, I'm okay with that, IX.
I'm not super convinced. He seems kind of vague and wishy-washy. Like he's heard about Christians, but he doesn't actually believe in it.
Like, like in a way, like, like in a way, like, about Christian morality and stuff. Like Christian morality, it's like, and especially like when it comes down to Islam and stuff, like, those are like, the two, those two moralities, actually pretty good,
They're pretty horrible, and we just explained why. We just delved into that, flooding people, killing people by flooding them, by drowning them, sorry, or ordering a father to kill his own son. This is terrible.
Yeah, okay, but what did the people do? What did we do?
You tell me. What did the babies do? What did they do wrong?
The punishment doesn't fit the crime. There is no justice there. It is vengeance. It's not justice.
People think they can, do whatever they want and shit, and not like expect any like punishment. Like no.
That's called freedom. That's called freedom. And now, if you're in a society where there's rules, and then you're breaking laws that are hurting other people, yeah, there's going to be a problem because that's not conducive to having a really good society.
Nature. Look how much influence we have in nature, right? Look how much things we do with nature, and then you see, like, if you see how much influence we have on nature and what we do to it, and the climate change and everything, like you can understand, like, if bad things happen with climate change or anything, you can expect it to because of us.
And that's on us. That's not on God.
Yeah. and if those things happen and something bad happens, what are you gonna do? You can blame nature for doing its thing.
But then why did he drown everyone again?
Yeah, because in his nature, I mean, of course, God doesn't like sin, right? And if you sin against God, then I mean,
You get the
it's
drowning.
going to be a punishment.
You get the drowning, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, murder. Murder.
In God's nature to drown babies. Those evil
Mike, have
babies.
you ever attended a Christian service?
I mean, you could say you could put God in the same category, and you can say okay, I'm gonna put my my finger or something into electric wave, and don't expect to get shocked. And if I get shocked, then it's just stupid, bro. It's stupid.
How does that equate to flooding the world and drowning people to death?
If you do something, there's gonna be a reaction to what you do. You can't expect no punishment.
So if you eat
That's
pork,
you drown.
There's a difference between consequence and punishment. When you're messing around with electrical and you get a shock, that's a consequence. That's not a punishment.
It is punishment.
Okay, your view of the world is rather limited, I would say. I suggest that perhaps you do some research into the difference between punishment and consequence, because it's not just a subtle nuance. There's a huge difference there. That's what you're going to need to do, I think, because if you can't differentiate between punishment and consequence, then you're going to, I'm sorry to inform you, but you're going to have a lot of trouble dealing with other people in life.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm trying to be open to understand you guys a little bit, but at the same time, you kind of have to understand, that just things happen for a reason,
Well, some things happen for reasons, and other things just occur naturally. That's just part of reality. Or do you think everything has a reason behind it, like some kind of intentful reason?
When I talk about reasons, there's always something behind that, behind that thing happening.
Yeah, but when you're saying reason, it sounds like there's an intention. Sorry. When you talk about a reason for something happen, it sounds like the reason is intended. Like there's some kind of sentience behind it. Some kind of decision was made. The reason was justified by some intended reason or some kind of reasoning. Whereas a consequence of things happening is like you've got stuff that's just occurring in nature. There's no intention behind it. It just happens.
Reasons don't have to be justified, or it's like I can do anything. I could murder, stab someone, literally, and then if I'm high enough on that level, where people respect me and shit, they don't even give a shit. I don't even need a reason.
No,
you
then go to jail.
Yeah, and that would be a consequence of insanity. Yeah,
that's not true, because some people that do that type of shit, right? They actually don't even go to jail, bro. How much people we have on the earth that do some dumb shit and don't go to jail for that shit, bro. The Lord actually.
Unfortunately, lots of rich people get away for that kind of shit. But generally speaking, we don't go around murdering people.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but I'm just saying the fact that it happens doesn't mean it's always going to be justified.
Oh yeah. Whether it's justified or not is a whole separate matter. But we're talking about the intention. Is there an intention to do something? So if you've got a deity who's deciding to flood the world, yeah, there's an intention there. And because your deity is omniscient, knows everything, and is omnipotent, and so therefore capable of making things happen a certain way, his decision to flood the world, he would know that people are going to suffer terribly in a drowning before they die. And then he does it anyway. And he does it apparently competently, according to the story, because almost everybody and all those kittens and puppies died by drowning.
So when we talk about omnipotence, to be able to see everything and stuff,
No. Okay, sorry, I got to interrupt. Omnipotence means having all capability, all power. Omniscience is all knowing. So I think you mean omniscience, right?
Yeah, so when we talk about unknown, right? Like, for God, it's not like, because there's like Bible verse that says one day for God is 1,000 years for us. So when it comes to when it comes to this, for him is basically what we've been going through is just for him it's not even been like it's not even been like 2 weeks for him, bro. Like he sees everything at one glance.
So what?
Like
if he's omniscient, it doesn't matter. If he's omnipotent, it doesn't. Sorry, if he's omniscient, it doesn't matter. He knows what's going on. The timing shouldn't be relevant, right? Or
I mean,
are you saying he's making mistakes because it's going too fast for him?
Well, when we talk about all knowing, right? Like he could also like type of see in the future and stuff. Like what's gonna happen and stuff, right? That's what you're trying to say.
But you're adding on something. I'm sorry, Randolph. Go, and then I just want to add
I
something.
was just gonna say, so if he's omniscient, why does it matter how fast things are going for his perception? If that's the case, and he's all powerful and he's all knowing, how fast it happens really shouldn't matter. He should be capable of handling that. But it kind of sounds like you're making an excuse for him by saying, "Oh, it's hang on, he's going so fast." Hang on. I'm just trying to finish. Things are going so fast for him that he's going to be making mistakes, or he's not seeing the whole picture. Is that what you're arguing?
No, there's no mistakes. I'm just saying, like, would you like go away from your own principles, your own ideals, what is it called? Yeah, just to go away from your own ideals and go away from your own principles, to do something that you don't want to.
I could, but I don't, because my choice to do that is still consistent with my principles. If not, then I've got some serious problem with my principles.
The same with God.
So why worship him? He sounds pretty awful. Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, that would be my point, is that you are combining two omnis, then we would really need to justify really both of them, because they often have contradictions. You're saying that it's all powerful and all good, because there could be a God that has all knowledge, can foresee the future, and is a giant dick. Likes killing. Why is the reason they wanted to drown babies? Not mysterious. Likes drowning babies.
No, not like drowning babies. I don't know what you're talking about, but
Well, it happened, right?
yeah.
Do things happen that God doesn't like?
I mean, sin is definitely one thing that God doesn't like.
So that's I feel like you're completely skipping for an obvious reason here, because clearly we're at the point where God likes drowning babies.
No,
What? Yes.
no, of course not.
I don't know what else to say here, because yes.
I mean,
that's the story.
you just taking what God did and then just saying, he just loves doing that,
He's just gonna do it once, right? I'm pretty sure he actually does say at the end of that story, he's like, "Don't worry, I will only kill you in different ways now," which is a weird way of saying it, but okay.
Where does it say that?
At the very end of the story,
The
he
rainbows.
says,
The rainbows. He says
Yeah.
he gifted
You said you were a
rainbows.
Christian.
Okay, I want to
Have
say.
you ever attended an actual Christian service, just out of curiosity? Like, do you know what the Nicene Creed is? Can you say any of it? The one they read in like every church service, depending on which denomination you go to.
I don't think that's fair, because I went to Catholic grade school, Catholic high school, went to church like every day, and I couldn't ever say any of those sentences because I was asleep the whole time.
I would accept like the first sentence.
I can't give you the first sentence. I was a Christian for like many years, so I think you're holding Christians to too high a standard. I think only like 5% might be able to give you an answer to that.
We believe in one
Teacher,
God,
I actually got
Father
questions for
Almighty,
you.
maker of heaven and earth, of all things visible and divisible. Like someone who goes to church knows what that is.
I went to
Teacher,
church.
I actually got a question for you though.
Sure.
Do you worship science?
No.
Okay. What would you believe is your God?
porn.
Whoa, yo, wait.
Finally, something.
You're
worthy of
impressed. You think
worship.
he's so lucky, don't you?
Except in November, right?
What?
You're a pure atheist in November.
What? No.
Oh, hey, someone else
Nah,
has their
like-
hand raised who might have something.
Yeah.
Thank you. Con.
Okay.
But it was
Hello?
fun talking to you.
What's going on, Duke?
Hey,
Hello, Duke.
I'm not
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
but there's been this question that's really got my itch. It's a cosmological question for T-Jump, and it's just to clear up some confusion.
Go for
So I
it.
know he has kind of a unique model of quantum field.
Okay, hang on. Just let you know that any of us may answer it because you're talking to an entire panel here. Just so you know, but that's fine. If you want, if you're hoping T-Jump will answer it, you're welcome to mention that. But don't be surprised if others also respond.
Oh, it's good. I definitely value your guys' opinion too on this, but I've heard that the beginning of the universe, the Big Bang, was just the start of all time and space.
Our
But
time
I've
and
also
space.
heard that
Not all.
it's our time and our space.
Yeah.
Is there a difference there, or what's the difference?
So
'Cause I've heard
our space-time continuum is a specific kind of a field. There could be other ones that are different fields, and they could also exist. So many Christians and religious people confuse the philosophical concepts of space and time with the physical thing of which it actually is. And so if I said there was a beginning to this chair, that doesn't mean all chairs began to exist when this chair began to exist. Just this chair began to exist. So the beginning of space and time is like the beginning of this chair. Space and time refers to our space and time in this universe. It doesn't refer to necessarily all space and time everywhere of all kinds. No.
I see. Okay. So do you think the question of a time before our time is a coherent question to ask, or
It
a
is
question that
definitely
makes sense?
possible. There are many theories that include other times, like Sean Carroll's, which has a different time than before our time. It's perfectly fine in physics.
Interesting. Because I've heard, like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Forrest Valkai,
Yes, he makes some silly arguments.
but he was saying that, like, it might not make sense to ask whether or not if there was a time before time, or maybe I'm misquoting him. I
No,
don't
that
know.
is correct. That is absolutely correct. That is a big popular thing many atheists say because they don't really understand physics that well, like Dillahunt and Forrest Valkai and other people who don't really have a good ground in physics. They don't really understand the topic that well. It's just a rhetorical thing. So yes, there can be other times prior to our time, not an issue at all. But the point they're trying to make is they're trying to evade the argument of, like, what created the universe. Well, if there was no time, it doesn't make sense. But it's a stupid argument. That's a very stupid argument that many theists or atheists make that shouldn't be made. Yes, there was some kind of change that could exist outside of time, prior to time. There's other kinds of ways things can change without time. Time is a specific thing, the curvature of space-time stuff. And there can be other things that can also change without the curvature of space-time. And so you can have change without time, prior to time, or previous times, and that's fine too.
If you want to read
Interesting.
some, like, scientists and philosophers who write about this type of thing, I would check out Lee Smollen's Error of Time book, and he's got some other books. But the basic gist of it is he talks about law-like properties, but not actually laws, in the sense that the so-called constants and so on may change, and they may develop in a sense other than in a temporal one, in something that's orthogonal to a dimension of the universe, but is orthogonal to the time dimension that we normally think of things evolving in, like from beginning to end, is not the only axes on which values could change.
Interesting. So when it comes to, like, explanations like the multiverse, the quantum field, are those like working theories or just hypotheses?
Well, so quantum fields have been confirmed to exist, and it's a hypothesis that fluctuations in quantum field created the universe. It could have been lots of other things too, but it is
Right.
one candidate explanation that could fully explain the data that we know exists. So it's a plausible explanation, even though it hasn't been proven.
Interesting. Okay.
People are basically
But
trying to work out math for plausible versions of it under each interpretation of quantum mechanics. So for example, if you like the wave function collapse approach, there's a pretty good amount of math done for that. There's a paper called Spontaneous Creation of the Universe from Nothing by Dong Xiaodang and some other Chinese co-authors. It does the math that just says, look, if with wave function collapse is the case, and what we know about the Casimir effect and virtual particle creation and annihilation is the case, then at the earliest evolution of the universe, the expansion of space-time itself is an inevitable consequence of virtual particles creating so fast and spreading apart that they cannot annihilate, which means that there are permanent particles rather than temporary ones. So in other words, the universe's background fluctuation just causes the permanent universe to pop into existence and expand to the universe that we observe. That could be
Interesting.
wrong,
Okay.
because it could be that the wave function collapse approach is wrong, and it could be that the multiverse or some other like Copenhagen like interpretation is correct. And if that's the case, then there's probably different math that could explain it plausibly that way.
All right, makes sense. Well, thanks for clearing that up.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for joining us, Duke.
If anyone else would like to come up, feel free to raise your hand. Oh, I saw your hand up earlier, JCC.
Another physicist that's good to check out is Tim Maudlin. He is like a pretty harsh critic of a lot of other physicists, kookier ideas, but he's super versed in like the whole spectrum of the leading theories, and like talks about how they're not just interpretations of quantum mechanics, they actually have consequences and are actually different claims about how quantum mechanics actually works.
What was his name again?
Tim Maudlin. If you look for like any YouTube video or interview with him, he's interviewed by very smart people and he debates very smart people. He's on, stages with the, the top physicists of our time, and he's a pretty good kind of debater.
Thank you very much.
Challenges.
Hey, yeah, we've got a new guest up. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off too quickly here, but I don't want our guest waiting too long. That's great. We'll make a note of that. Welcome, JCC68. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was wanting to come up just to jump in the dialogue with the other troll. It was interesting, but I'm really interested to hear Not Fox defend his Christian worldview. That'd be awesome to hear today.
Okay, yeah, so we're not the kind of show that we're just bringing random audience members up to join in with other audience members. We just do kind of one at a time, but thank you for very much for sharing your perspective. I guess Not Fox is up next. Welcome, sir. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
It's good to see you guys. What's going on? You having a good day?
Oh, yeah, I always like your avatar. That dinosaur looks like he's having a lot of fun.
Well, if you want to see my face, you've got to check out the face reveals on the YouTube channel, guys, So what is it? Yeah, JCC69, you've got to give that guy a shout out. Much love. But what is it? I really came up. Oh, sorry. I came
Give a
up
dirty
really to
mind,
ask
Not
you guys.
Fox.
I came up to ask you guys about materialism, and are you guys all like materialists, physicalists? Do you believe that anything transcends the physical nature of reality or anything like that? Just
Can you
curious.
provide like a coherent explanation or definition for something other than physical reality?
Well, I mean, obviously people have spoken about the supernatural, some people have said ghosts, sort of supernatural, that's sort of an example, maybe.
Mystic potatoes.
God.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've had really good pancakes.
I don't think pancakes are supernatural though, so.
The question is not, can you tell a ghost story? The question is, can you provide a meaningful distinction and a plausible explanation that actually accounts for something other than physical laws?
Yeah, so basically all things in the material world are contingent, and so they're going to depend on something that's non-contingent, which would transcend the physical material world, and so therefore would maybe be supernatural depending on your definition. So yeah, that's something.
That wouldn't be a definition or coherent explanation of a supernatural thing. You're just saying, I assume material things are contingent, and so I assume there must be something non-material. That's all you said.
So you guys hold the position that it's not contingent. The material world isn't in a contingent state.
Yeah, there's no reason to think that all material things are contingent. That's not a rational conclusion at all.
So you don't think that physical? So what are you, a necessitarian in certain ways? Do you believe that certain things are, a particular way they couldn't be otherwise, or do you think that the material world could be a different way?
Well, that's a different argument that I don't really care about. Like, there can be lots of material things that change, and there could be one necessary material thing, or 2, or 10, or a billion. And so the fact that some material things change doesn't mean all material things must necessarily be contingent. That does not follow.
Well, it's just because they've got so there's a possibility that they could be another way. That's what the contingency thing's about. So if it's not necessarily that way, or it could be a different way, then it's a contingency. But if it's necessary, then it couldn't have been another way.
Right. So there could be a necessary physical thing, and that's perfectly fine.
Okay. So you're saying that maybe but then all other things come from that. So there's one.
Well, no, that's a different argument. Like, there could be just one necessary physical thing, and nothing
just trying
comes
to
from
figure
it.
out what your position is on this.
Well,
really.
so my
really
position is that
theory.
your argument is gibberish that doesn't correspond to reality, and you make the assumptions. Yes. The contingency and necessity arguments are all garbage. The complete garbage. And the way to prove that is because there is equally as likely a chance that a physical thing could be necessary as a non-physical thing could be necessary. And so your argument assumes all physical things are contingent, and so there must be this new category of made up garbage stuff that isn't. But there's no reason to think that. There's literally no reason to think that.
I think that everything
equally
in the material
likely?
world
Yes, equally likely.
It's contingent because it's going to be contingent on like something that precedes it in order for its existence. Like in the physical world, all like states occur.
That was already addressed in the argument. So there could be a necessary physical thing. So if there's a necessary physical thing, that means it wasn't created. There was nothing that preceded its existence. That would be part of the definition. So there could be a necessary physical thing.
Okay, so you're saying that's a material prime mover.
Sure. Well, it doesn't need to be a prime mover. That's a second thing. There could be a necessary physical thing. It doesn't need to do anything. It doesn't need to create anything.
Okay, so is it one or is there many?
No. You're not understanding. You're not following the argument. So you are making the claim that all physical things are contingent. Now, to debunk your argument, I just need to prove that is bullshit. So I can say, is it possible that there is a necessary physical thing? It doesn't create the universe. It's not the prime mover. It's just a necessary physical thing that just exists and does nothing. Is that possible? Yes, that's possible. Which means the first assumption of your argument that all physical things are contingent is bullshit. And your argument fails. I
don't think that's really possible. Like what you're saying is like, there's something that's physical that isn't bound by like the laws of nature or anything. It's not. I mean, it's not breaking down over time.
Sure, but that's not a law of nature.
It's not going to be affected by heat death or anything like that.
Sure, but that's not a law of nature either.
Okay, well, the laws of thermodynamics, then, whatever you want to call it.
There could absolutely be a physical thing. There could absolutely be a physical thing that's outside the laws of thermodynamics. That's not even a contention. Laws of thermodynamics applies to the stuff in our universe. The things outside of our universe may not apply to them at all. There could be physical things like particles that don't apply to those things. So that's not even a contention either.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what you believe.
No. Again, what I believe is that your argument is stupid and provably stupid. So your argument is that
contingency argument by St. Thomas Aquinas.
Yes,
you think that's stupid?
Yes, 100%. His argument was stupid back then, and it's even more stupid now. So Your argument entails
I think
all
that's
physical
hilarious. Because
things.
that's one of the most well-respected arguments of all time. There's definitely not any atheist arguments that hold as
by
much weight
silly
as
theists. It's
right
respected
ways.
by stupid theists, not by actual philosophers. Now, your
Well, I think
argument.
it's respected by a lot of philosophers, really.
No, not really. Really, no.
So St. Thomas Aquinas.
Who is a stupid theist, not a philosopher. So, back to the argument.
I mean, this is
back to the
dumb
argument.
atheist.
Back to the argument.
This is a dumb atheist.
Stop.
Bullshit.
Go to your argument. So I've debunked your argument. Your argument entails
You've
all
not debunked
physical
anything.
things must be contingent. If I showed that's not the case, your argument is debunked. I've shown that's the case. Therefore, your argument is debunked.
How have you shown that's the case? You've not shown it's possible for something physical that's non-contingent to exist.
Sure.
How could something exist?
There's no logical contradiction. So there's no logical
How could something exist in a physical way that wasn't contingent on, like, the laws of logic and stuff like that?
What?
Are you saying that the
Wait.
It's not bound by some kind of rule set?
Whoa. So you think God isn't bound by the laws of logic? You can't logically describe God? Does the necessary thing must exist and not exist at the same time?
Part of his nature, his consistency and coherence.
Congratulations, you solved the problem. If there could be a necessary physical thing, then physicalism is part of its nature. Congratulations, you've been debunked. This is not
hard. How's that a debunk? I mean, I think you're trying too hard. It's obvious because you've not really debunked anything, but you keep claiming that you debunked stuff.
Literally just did. So you made an argument.
What did you debunk, T-Jump?
You made an argument that there are physical things that are all contingent. It's not possible for there to be necessary physical things. Then I said, in order to be whatever this is, a contingent thing, it must be bound by the laws of logic or physics or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then I asked you, hey,
so
shut up. I asked, is God bound by these things? You're like, no, it's in his nature. Like, oh, hey, look, there's a possible solution that if you accept this as a logically possible solution, I can then apply the same property to physical stuff. So, hey, there's a physical thing where the laws of logic and nature are a part of its nature. Oh my God, I just solved the problem by using your own stupid logic.
Okay, logically possible. That's not. I'm
sorry to interrupt.
Honest, that's not. Go for it.
Do you guys all trust me here?
No, never.
Not really.
Not.
Okay, you shouldn't. It's about to be madness. Embrace it.
Okay, so
down the
I guess you guys have a nice day. What is it? T-Jump, I don't think that was a debunker. Obviously, the material world is.
You have provided no evidence that there can be a.
It's bound by certain rules. All you're doing is saying that something's logically possible, therefore it's actually possible.
So you have provided
You've not demonstrated that.
No evidence to show.
You've not demonstrated that at all.
Stop. You have provided no reason or evidence that a non-physical thing has any more plausibility to be necessary than a physical thing. You've just assumed it. I've debunked your argument.
You've just assumed that a physical thing can exist in a way where it's non-contingent, which doesn't make any sense.
I don't need to assume. You hold the burden of proof. Stop the burden of proof fallacy. You're claiming
what for? To the claim that you've made.
No. You made a claim. Stop, Fox. How are you so stupid? How are you so stupid? Your argument is that all physical things are contingent. I don't. Well, you're an idiot. So what you think doesn't matter. I think you're an idiot. Is this the kind of argument you want to have? The first thing you said was all physical things are contingent. You hold the burden of proof to show that. You haven't showed that. You've assumed that. I showed you assume that by showing it's logically possible. Therefore, you have to demonstrate it's not. And then I was like, okay, so you don't believe that all things are contingent then? What? So then I'm asking you, what do you believe? No. You believe in a necessary Fox, how are you so material? Stupid? You hold the burden of proof. Thing. You have to show. No, I'm just trying to figure out what you believe, T-Jump. I told you. I believe your argument is so stupid that I can debunk it without ever having to talk about my belief. I'm not really making an argument. You did. You literally did. All physical things are contingent. That was your argument. You're wrong. Look, that's in Thomas. If you don't accept that, that's fine. Okay, I thought you'd accept that because that's like I just debunked in the philosophical world. Everybody accepts the contingency. Literally no. Literally no. You've not debunked. You have not debunked. You have. That was not a debunking of the contingency.
So, not Fox, your refusal to accept his answer notwithstanding, there's a big fan here wants to talk to you. His name is Barth. Barth,
Yeah, I don't want to talk to Barth. If you will let Barth speak, I'm going to drop out. Is that
Barth,
what you want?
speak.
You brought me up, just
Speak.
kick
So
me
not
off.
Fox.
Or to bring some
Barthology
person
sent
in
me
that
a
talks
very
about
nice
my personal
message.
life in an incredibly rude manner.
No, we're not bringing multiple people up.
You're
We're just doing one guest at a time.
So Randolph,
just gonna shout at me, oh, you're a dumbass, instead of like actually having a conversation.
Yes.
I said about the contingency argument. I guess you don't accept that. Normally people accept that. So then I'm asking you.
No,
so
normally
do
they
you believe
don't.
in
Normally
a
they don't.
necessary? I'm trying to ask a question.
Well, no, you said an objectively false thing
Are
that
you
you don't
scared of the
understand.
question?
So we're going to debunk your objectively false thing. Most philosophers
I've
reject
not
the
even got
contingency
to
argument.
ask a question.
Stop. So most philosophers reject the contingency argument as garbage because it is garbage.
No, they don't.
They do. They literally do. This is actually a thing in the Phil Survey's paper, I believe. The contingency argument is garbage. Nobody accepts it. It's garbage. We don't care about it.
Dude, one guy saying some dumb shit like for years. Everybody studies that. You studied it. I've studied it. Randolph
yes,
studied
we
it.
study the
What are you
stupid
talking
arguments.
about?
Yes, but we don't accept them because they're garbage.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's why they're part of university courses and
Yes,
stuff.
there are lots of garbage arguments that we study in
Okay.
university courses.
Okay. So do you believe in the material necessary thing?
Is
some kind of
equally as
necessary
possible
material
as
thing?
or it's actually probably more possible
But
than magic.
I'm asking you what you believe in.
I believe your
I'm
argument
asking
is
you what you
stupid. That's
believe.
not what I believe. Like I don't think
I'm
your
not
argument
making an
corresponds
argument.
to
I'm
reality.
just asking you a question, bro. I'm just asking you a question, man.
A question.
That's
Yes.
it.
Physical reality is all there is, and all there ever was, and all there ever will be.
Okay. And so do you think it's like a satiety? Do you think that everything in the world sustains itself in some kind of like balance?
Satiety is a non-existent property that was made up by stupid theists and does not correspond to any property in reality.
Oh, it just means that it's, it can account for itself in and of itself.
Yes,
entirely in every way.
A stupid property made up by theists that doesn't correspond to anything in reality.
Okay, so then you don't believe that about your material world then?
That world,
if you think
that word does not correspond to anything. No.
Okay, so do you believe that your world can account for itself in a coherent way?
Accounts are not relevant to worldviews. You don't need to account for anything.
I'm just asking you if you think that
again,
that
you made up this word.
This is so ridiculous.
That doesn't mean anything. That this word does not correspond to reality.
I didn't make that word up. It's a word that's in the dictionary.
Wow, that is genius. I wonder how you figured that one out. So when someone says the word you've made up, they're talking about your worldview, your group, your identity. This is a word you're using that doesn't correspond to reality. I mean, your ideology made this up and it has no bearing on reality. That's what that means.
Dude, well, we made all sorts of things. We made, like, basically the English language was made by Christians.
No, but okay. That is relevant to what?
Where did it come from then?
Humans made it up. It came from Latin.
It came from England.
It came from Latin.
Language.
Where everybody was Christian at the time.
Yeah, it came from Latin. They stole words from other languages and combined them in different ways. But how does this relate to anything, any argument here? It doesn't.
I don't know what your problem is. I've asked you a couple of questions. So you believe in a material, necessary thing, and you think that
necessary
thing
is your worldview. Necessary thing is your worldview.
In a consistent manner. It's got like some kind of self.
No, that's your worldview. That's your dumb worldview. So my position is
I'm asking you about yours, though.
No. So I already answered this. My position is material stuff is all there is, all there ever will be, whatever the Carl Sagan quote is. All there ever was.
Okay, is it self-sufficient? Is there like
that's
some
something
kind
in
of
your
cycle
worldview? That's not required. That's not required. That's something from
I'm
your
just
worldview.
asking you. I'm not saying.
I literally just answered. I just answered. That's something from your worldview that is not required for anything ever.
So you don't think that the universe is necessarily self-sufficient? It's not like recycling.
The universe had a beginning. That's not even irrelevant. Nothing is necessary.
Okay, so you believe the universe had a beginning?
Yes, clearly.
So then it's a finite. So it's a finite material world. So where did it come from?
The quantum fields.
Okay, then if it had a beginning, then it's finite.
Yes, like again, the universe does not mean all things.
So where did it come from?
The quantum fields. I already answered that.
Okay, so quantum fields, do they transcend the physical world or are they part of the physical world?
They are physical.
Okay, so then that's not like something beyond the physical world or anything.
Which would exactly
it's
agree
just,
with everything I've literally said.
so
Because
there's an
physically, all there
eternal,
ever
so
is,
there's an
all there ever
eternal
was.
past then. So then there's an
That's
eternal
one
past.
possibility, and that is not a problem.
So what do you believe? You just said it was finite. Now you're saying that it's infinite.
No, this is a stupid theist don't understand how words work problem. Universe
Do
does
you
not
believe in
mean,
an eternal
stop talking.
past?
Stop talking. The universe does not mean all physical things. The universe had a beginning. The universe is our contingent space-time, which had a beginning. No problem. Not all physical things.
Do you believe in an eternal past, T-Jump?
That is one possibility.
Or a finite?
That is also a
What do
possibility.
you believe?
I don't believe either one. Neither of those are required.
You just said it was finite. You said it had a beginning.
No, stupid. The universe had a beginning. Does that mean
You're calling me stupid?
Yes.
You just contradicted yourself right there.
Goodbye. You're muted, dumbass. So the universe, stupid theists, had a beginning. The universe does not mean all natural things, all physical things. Not what it means. So the fact that our universe had a beginning does not mean all physical things had a beginning. Those words don't mean the same thing. Learn basic physics, you moron.
Oh, it's too bad. Not Fox just left. I wanted to ask him if he'd be interested in talking with Barthology, but I guess we'll just move on to the next guest here. Who's up next? Taco, do you know who's next in the queue?
We'll put Son of Atlantis.
Hello, Son of Atlantis and Son of Jehovah. Hey, I think we've spoken before. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. And let me just turn off the mute thing there.
The what? Oh, server muted. I can fix that. There you go.
Oh, perfect.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, welcome. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm wonderful today. Exquisitely in paradise with my Lord and Creator who loves us all.
Except babies.
And who would that be?
Yeshua HaMashiach.
God bless you.
Is that Jewish or Christian? Please help me out here.
He's the Hebrew king of Israel, of his chosen people, who chose him and who he chose to choose him. And so
he chose to choose
God is sovereign. So what you choose in your heart will determine whether or not you see the messages that God is trying to synchronize with your consciousness.
Can you explain how this ties into Atlantis? Are you an Atlantean, or do you think Jesus was an Atlantean?
Yes, he was an Atlantean, and as a matter of fact, the Tartarians and the Atlanteans have correlations with Genghis Khan and many other historical figures throughout history. And these bloodlines are sacred bloodlines of Hermetica. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's a study of spirituality, metaphysics, basically the source of all truth, the source of all truth, the source of all life, the source of all light, the source of all illusions, the source of all things. And that's what the study of Hermetica is the seven principles of Hermes Trismegistus, or Thoth the Atlantean, which correlates directly to Yeshua HaMashiach, the savior of the universe, who is the king of the universe, who created the universe. And I could prove it.
Also, there's a documentary on this by DC. Right over to you, X.
Are you confusing Jason Sledge's YouTube channel Hermetica with like Hermeticism? Because Hermetica is a
No, I'm just saying that Hermeticism is from Hermes Trismegistus, or aka Thoth the Atlantean, aka Mercury, otherwise known as Enki in the Sumerian Gilgamesh epic.
Great,
and
that's great. And Harry Potter comes from J.R.R. Rowling, who was killed by Voldemort.
Yeah.
Great.
That's a fictional story. These are historical documents.
No,
These are historical records called tablets, which are recorded through thousands of years of generations. Harry Potter wasn't
yours
recorded
is a fiction. Demonstrated otherwise.
Harry Potter was
yours
only
was
recorded throughout the span of like 20
yours
years.
Was a fiction. Demonstrated it was not. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's not a fiction because there's archaeological evidence, and as well as there's tablet evidence that
we have archaeological evidence of Harry Potter
contextual evidence. Well, there's contextual evidence that prove that it was a real occurrence that happened.
We have
these
contextual evidence of Harry Potter too.
They restated us, and we were once way more advanced than we are today.
We have contextual evidence of Harry Potter too.
Yeah, Son of Atlantis, do you know what syncretism means? Like, do you know what the concept of syncretism is in theology and spirituality?
I have a rough idea of it. I'm not totally sure what it is, but
Okay, so
I have a
the
rough
name,
idea.
just look at the name. So Hermes, Trismegistus, supposed to be a union of Thoth and Hermes, right? Now you know
Yep.
that Thoth is an Egyptian god and Hermes is a Greek god, right?
Well, technically it was Kemet, but yeah, Egypt was after Kemet. But yeah, the dynasty of the Khufu dynasty and stuff, that wasn't like the Atlanteans. That was the descendants of the Atlanteans.
Okay.
And
So you understand that when Alexander the Great conquered Egypt, it became Hellenized, and the rulers of Egypt became Greek rulers after he died, were the Ptolemies, right? So what happened is two different cultures, a Greek culture and an Egyptian culture, became syncretized. In other words, they got blended. The ruling class wanted to take religious ideas of the existing Egyptian gods and the new conquering Greek gods, and they wanted to combine them. They did this a bunch of times. You know what Serapis is? Like the Library of Alexandria's Order of Serapis. They literally made up a god named Serapis. It's just like a combination of all the cool gods.
yeah, this was
So
a seraphim. This was the seraphim, the fallen
Serapeum.
angels, actually attacking mankind and infiltrating mankind from the inside out, and
No, it was
destroying
stuff they made
mankind
up.
with lies from the devil. The devil is the king of lies. His name is the king of Eden, the king of the world, the king of lies. His name is Azazel or Satan or
Yeah.
Enlil or
So you're
Yahweh.
Hey, bro,
That's it.
Representation
stop with
is
all
a
of
side.
the narrative. We don't need to hear more of your fictional things and the connections of your fictional characters. What we need is more like evidence. So stick with the
No,
questions.
these aren't fictional
No,
characters. These are just
stop.
people that
I
you don't
don't
want to
care.
accept.
I don't want to
These aren't
hear the
fictional characters.
anthology of
These
your
are just
fiction.
people that you don't want to
I
accept
don't
because
want
you
to
live in your la la
hear
land where
the
nothing is
anthology of your
real.
fiction. I
You
want to
live
hear
in
the
your la
argument.
la land where
I
you
don't.
discount everything that's been proven
Okay,
historically.
stop talking. I don't want to hear the anthology of your story, your made up fictions, your fictional characters and their fictional lineages. It's like listening to Lord of the Rings, where they list, I am glowing son of glowing, son of glowing, glowing, glowing. I don't care. I want to hear the arguments. Focus on the arguments. Skip the anthology.
Yeah, so as I was saying, you can't deny these historical documents called the Emerald Tablets, called the Brocalis of Kings and
What did I
Sages.
literally just tell you? Don't tell me what they're called. I don't want to hear the son of glowing, slowing, son of archaeology. Doesn't make a difference. Just give the arguments.
The Sumerian Kings list also proves that both the Atlantean ruled over
I have to
ancient Kemet
interrupt.
for
I'm sorry.
16,000 years.
The
And
thing
in
you're
one lifetime, he
quoting.
ruled over ancient Kemet for 16,000 years. So you tell me that mysticism isn't real, and you tell me that divinity isn't real,
I
and
will.
you tell me that magic isn't real.
He's basically
When we
telling us
all
that
are
Picard
magical
and Luke
beings, and
Skywalker
we
had a
all are
baby.
here.
Stop talking
His name
over
was
us.
Hermes Trismegistus.
And so, yeah, I looked up your document. What you're trying to say is alchemy is true. That is what you're quoting, right?
Wow.
No, I'm trying to inform you of what you are in disbelief of and in denial of, because denial is not just a river. It's actually, a mental
Is it
illness that you guys
alchemy?
partake in. And you guys are in denial of your own origin and your own source creation of your own magica that lies within your chakras of
Do you have an
your
argument? Do you have an argument?
soul,
Evidence. Argument.
and
Evidence.
who your
We need
essence is as a
chakras. There
being.
we go. I got my
So,
answer.
Yes, that's
Does anyone have a bingo
well, you
card?
do have
Because I feel like
chakras.
I
This
just
is
got a bingo.
proven. You have energy centers in your body that hold your soul, and your soul
Do you have
travels
any
throughout
evidence?
your body.
Do you have any
It goes
evidence?
to 33 vertebrae of your spine.
Okay, stop. Do you have any evidence?
Yeah, the reason there's 33 vertebrae of your spine is a marker. It's a genetic marker from God. God died
It's
at
a
age
coincidence.
33. That wasn't a coincidence. The reason why you have
That was a
33 vertebrae
coincidence.
is because God
Prove
died at age 33,
it
and He
wasn't a
rose again
coincidence.
from the dead
Stop.
and saved you.
Prove it wasn't a coincidence. The 33 numbers. Go ahead. Prove that wasn't a coincidence.
Because it would be astronomically impossible.
No, 33 is a very common number that happens billions of times. So there's 33 grains of sand on the floor right now. Is that a
that's not
coincidence?
true.
What?
That's not true. There's not 33 grains of sand anywhere.
What? I can literally pick up 33 grains of sand, put it in a bowl, and be like, hey, there's 33 grains of sand.
Yeah, that's.
There are 33 grains of sand in lots of people's shoes. There are millions
grains
of
of
people.
sand can chip off, and grains of sand is like glass, so it's brittle.
What does this have to do with the
grains
topic?
of sand are going to be in pieces and fractions.
Stop. So there are millions of people in the world who have shoes, and in their shoes is 33 grains of sand. Millions of people. Is this a coincidence, or is this a message from God?
No, well, it's not true that 33 people in the world have 33 grains of sand in their shoes because that's never been recorded.
Millions
So
of
that's just a
people,
made-up fantasy
millions,
from your point of view. That
millions of people have shoes which have 33 grains of sand, because there are millions of people with shoes that have a bunch of sand of all numbers and varieties all over the world. This is because it happens a lot.
Sons of Atlantis, can I ask you a similar question? So my partner came to me and they said that they were a prophet, and just
you
coincidentally,
go ahead and show me the evidence that somebody has 33 grains of sand exactly in their shoes. Go ahead, go show me the evidence.
but coincidentally, they're 33 years old. My partner
Go show me
is
the evidence.
33.
Go show me the evidence right now that somebody
Does
has.
this lead to evidence that they are a prophet? Since clearly 33 is a biblical message.
Show me the evidence that they have 33 exact grains of sand in their shoes.
No, but they are 33 years old right now.
Until then, you're a moron, and your whole entire worldview is incoherent.
I knew you were going to try and escape with that, even though
nothing
Tictok
about what
gave you
you
a good
say is
explanation.
logical or rational whatsoever.
So what if it was? What if there were 33 grains of sand in a shoe? Would that just destroy your worldview? Would you cry? Would it make you sad? Like that 33 can just happen randomly? Would you think it's a message from God?
Do you necessitate the revelatory nature of God revealed in all things?
So the question was, if we found a shoe.
Do you necessitate the revelatory?
The question was, if we found a shoe with 33 grains of sand, would that make you sad? Or would you think it's a message from God?
You hate God, don't you? You just don't want God to exist because you hate God. T jump.
Bro, the question was, if we found a shoe with 33 grains of sand, would you start to think that 33 isn't really that special, just a random number? Or would you think it was a message from God? Which one of those two?
If I gave you 33 ways of repentance from turning away from your wicked sin of worshiping the world.
Okay, so I'm done with this guy. Anybody else want to ask him something?
So just fun fact, I posted a couple of papers about the evolution of human spines. The average number of vertebrae that mammals have is somewhere between 26 and 27. Orangutans have slightly less. They have 25. Chimpanzees have close to the same number as humans. It's just evolutionary drift.
Numbers are not magical.
It's a lie. 4 is a very magical number.
That's right.
420. Wait, but like science use numbers?
Right,
science uses a lot of numbers.
I didn't say you can't use numbers or that we shouldn't appreciate mathematics. I said numbers aren't magical.
I mean, do you know do you know gematria? You know that?
Yep, it's stupid and debunked. The numbers thing, the fact that
like
in Jewish Hebrew words correspond to numbers or whatever, and the numbers can add up to stuff.
But how is it debunked though? Like, if it's debunked, then would that not make Atlantis statement also debunked?
They did. So Hebrew words have multiple meanings and multiple numbers, and you can add them up in many different ways. It's called numerology. There was a guy who focused on this. It's like Pennin or something, and he tried to find that there were patterns in these numbers in the Bible, and they found out that it didn't work. It doesn't work ever.
But like there can't be number combinations, right? Because like, for example, there's a lot of I wouldn't say it's coincidence, but a lot of things, you know, is just like I feel like you know, as you know, a theist, you know, like, you know, I know you guys can't believe the fact to wrap your head around that, you know, this is happening because, you know, God did it, you know. I know you guys can't wrap your head around that, but like there's a lot of prophecies, you know, coming to truth and stuff. So like coming to light from the Bible, of course.
No, there are no successful prophecies. There is some wrong ones.
No, so there is one. There is one I can tell you already. You know, the one about what's it called? The dawn of the second day, that you know, Jesus' kingdom will rise up again, or Israel. 1948 exactly. Abraham was born 1948 years after
what's the prophecy?
Adam and Eve.
What's the prophecy?
So the prophecy is just, you know, that Jesus' kingdom, of course, Israel, raised up before the second day, which would be 2000.
Where did you
and,
get this? Where is this second day equals 2000? Did you just make it up? Because it sounds like you made it up.
So no, it's not made up. So most Christians agree that one day is 1,000 years.
Christians, I know where it actually says in 2,000 years.
Bible.
Where does it say this? Like the actual thing that this actually corresponds to.
So it says on the dawn of the second day, which for God.
Ambiguity foul. Dawn of the second day didn't happen. That could refer to 2 weeks, 2 years, 2 months, 2 decades, 2 millennia, to anything. And Christians have made up that it corresponds to something really.
Oh, no, it's not made. It's not made up. Peter said one day for God is 1,000 years for us. And that's what most Christians agree upon.
That's great. And where did they show 2,000 years? Because the day is used many, many times, and it doesn't always mean 2,000 years. So all over the Bible.
Every historian can agree that Jesus died around 30 to 33 AD.
Where does it show?
Say historian.
What? So
did he say historian?
Probably. So where does it show that day refers to 2,000 years? Because day refers to many different time frames in the Bible. 2 weeks, 2 months. Day can refer to years, to decades, to millennia. It can refer to all things. How do you distinguish?
Yeah, 2,000 years.
To? Where's the evidence? Prove it.
What do you mean?
The Bible uses thousands of times to refer to thousands of different instances of time.
Yeah. So basically, for it says that God, created the world in 7 days. But if we take that literally, then we're not getting anywhere. But if we take it as Peter said, where one day is 1,000 years for God,
we still wrong. So it's still wrong either way.
How is it wrong?
Because it didn't happen in 7,000 years. 7,000 years ago, there were Egyptians.
No. So this is after Adam and Eve, of course.
So he created the world after Adam and Eve. What?
No. So I don't get it. So 7,000 years after Adam and Eve. The Bible explains this a lot, So the Bible is used as a parallel as to our world.
So when God created the world in 7 days, do those 7 days refer to 1,000 years?
Yeah, so we're in the 6,000 year right now. Next year is going to be
when God created the
6,000 years.
When God created the world, do those days, the use of the word day, refer to 1,000 years?
Yeah.
Okay, so
from Peter, you proclaimed it.
So, which means that it's wrong because the world was not created in 6,000 years; it was created in 4.5 billion. And so that's wrong. And even if it was right, and those days referred to 1,000 years, then that just proves the Bible is a mistake, right? So
4.5 billion years, you say?
Yes, for our Earth. Our Earth was 4.5.
How do you know this? Is it science?
Evidence.
Is it science?
Science and evidence, yes.
Evidence.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, but even science can agree that that it can't 100% prove anything, because the world is ever changing.
That's great. And
so
the Bible is 0%.
Science will change over time.
The Bible is 0%. So the science is 90%.
God is unchanging. 0%. So God is unchanging. So the truth will always remain.
God
the
doesn't
same.
exist.
But with science, well, it does. But
so
okay,
again,
we can get into that
Bible
later.
Made up stuff does not mean Bible describes reality. The science.
It doesn't make up stuff. It actually predicts stuff and prophesies.
It does not.
So the
1948
example. Okay. So the 1948 example I gave him, that's not enough for him. The prophecy and the correlations between Adam and Eve and Abraham and Israel, that was not enough for him.
I would also like to know why you believe in an Adam and Eve to begin with.
So there's also a history about Adam and Eve that actually also existed, and there are hints, and science also looking into it. The Garden of Eden, they're looking into that. So there are prophecies and are truths to the Bible, and I feel like to do a parallel to our experience and our universe in a way.
I press you a little harder on their looking into that, because I would say that scientists know for a fact that we do not come from we have a mitochondrial Eve. However, that and then what they call an Adam, they lived maybe 100,000 years apart, and so.
No, not 100%. You know, in the Bible they say, when you eat this apple, right? When Adam eat this apple, you're gonna die on the same day as he ate it. But he didn't die on the same day, the 24 hours, right? He died 930 years after, you know?
Sure, which is not a threat.
Yeah.
If you eat a poison and you die 900 years later, then it didn't kill you.
But if you listen to like what I'm trying to say, right? Like, you know, then you can kind of see what I'm trying to say. Like, for God it's not like 1 day is 24 hours. For God it's 1 day is around 1,000 years, right?
So he claims. Those believers.
It's not a claim. It's clearly written in the Bible.
Sure, but those were books written and inspired by humans.
No, it's not inspired by humans because I mean, even if it was, like, you kind of have to agree that, you know, if it's actually inspired by humans, right? Then, you know, the fact that some of these things actually come to pass is also crazy to me. You know, Babylon, and you've seen this today, and people, you know, I mean, even if you're not a Christian or a theist, you can agree that, you know, some things in the world right now are crazy.
Well,
you know.
I mean, some things are crazy, but I will say that what the Bible is able to do is it's not able to make predictions. That's what science is able to do, but what it can make is postdictions. What happens is it says something like there will be calamity across different nations. And then what happens is believers look back into history and say, this is what the Bible was speaking of. But that's not a prediction, that is a postdiction. So when we ask for some sort of prophecy, it's supposed to be something that is going to happen, going to pass, and it should be something like very specific.
Yeah, the Israel thing is a good one. You know, the one with Abraham and the connections between that one, and even then, like, you know, if you look at you know, the days and stuff, the days equal 1,000 years. I mean, we're pretty much near the third day, start of the third day of when Jesus Christ died. Got crucified. So
and then stayed dead.
Yeah. So around 2030.
Yes.
Yeah. So around 2030, we should be seeing something, of course, like another prophecy or something. Yeah, and you know, I mean, the Bible talks about Jonan and
Can I
and
ask
the
you then, what's special about Jesus if he stayed dead? So there was this guy, and so he was saying that there was going to be a prophecy going to be fulfilled. He was going to be the Messiah, and then he died, and then the end. So what's special about that?
So Jesus coming is the same as it's a direct parallel to Moses coming. People say, you know, where is so-called Jesus coming, and you know, they ask, you know, why is Jesus not here, you know, after so many years and stuff. And you know, for God, you know, it's not even been like 3 days yet for him. So like, you know, yeah.
But also,
so like,
there's really no reason.
For him, it hasn't even been so long for him. But for us, it's been so long, you know. You know, I mean, a lot of people are turning away from God and shit. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like,
so God, the way I look at it, God should have used the word millennia instead of the word day. So the Bible's got some problems with the way it's written, and there's a lot of people trying to change what it means. And to me, it's pretty clear. Lots of Christians say it's the infallible word of God. You can't change it. So if you use the word day, then it's day. We're the intended audience. So our perception of a day is 24 hours. That's how I look at it. To turn it around and say it's 1,000 years just doesn't compute for me.
No, a day for God is 1,000 years for us. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then why did he write a book for us to read? Yeah, you know what? I'm not convinced.
Yeah, to tell him to show himself to us, he gave us the Bible, obviously.
But also, why is it 1,000 years? Why is it 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, or 1,000,000,000 years?
I mean, it's the simple answer. Just if you look at Adam, like he died before he didn't last a day in God's eyes. You know, um, you know.
And he lasted a very long life because he did what the snake said. We call the snake the first truth speaker because he said the truth when God had lied. And so they then went on to live a happy life after being thrown out by their horrible parent.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to get. I get what you're trying to say. You know, like for us, actually, 930 years is a really long time. Yeah, but when God says a day, when God says it's a day, it pretty much means 1,000 years.
Yeah, but it could be 100,000 years. It could be 1,000,000. It could be 1,000,000,000. 1,000 is just made up.
And
it's not made up because if it wasn't.
Okay. Another thing that's a really long time for me was when I was sitting in the principal's office or something really bad I did, and it took about an hour before he could come get out to see me. That seemed like forever.
So we can't put our own experiences, our own kind of experiences, and then put them in God's face, because it's kind of like it's kind of like
you're making excuses again. The thing is, this is not convincing me. It just sounds like a lot of doublespeak saying, well, a day really isn't a day, or death really isn't final, or different things like that.
I'm not putting this in our shoes. I'm putting this in God's shoes. Like this for God, this is completely different. As for us, we can't expect us to be God.
How do you know? Obviously. How do you know that's what God was thinking?
So how do you know what God was thinking? I mean, there's a lot of things in the Bible that say, and especially actually show us and it actually manifests in the real world too, what God wants, and what and His actions. Like we talked about before about the flood. So there's a lot of things. Like the warnings that God gives us is in physical and not spiritual. It's not a spiritual type of warning He's given us. It's physical. So these things are going to manifest in the world.
Give us an example of a warning, please.
Yeah, I mean, this one warning. There's a warning going to come up, and this is going to be the last warning, I think, before anything happens. Before 2030, of course. So one of the warnings, of course, is, like I said before, about the eclipse, and it has correlation with the Bible, with Jonah and Nineveh, and and it's passing around a street that also came from one of the ancient Bible.
Okay, so what's the warning? Like, is there something that we're doing we need to be warned against so that we don't do it, and then the catastrophe doesn't happen? Like, what's the eclipse got to do with any of that?
Yeah, so the eclipse is making an X, it's making an X, it's making an X around all the amount around America, and it's
that's Twitter doing that. I'm wondering, what is the warning that
beat me to it, Randolph?
It's not random. It's crossing around Nineveh's.
I didn't say it's random. I'm asking, what is the warning? Like what is it that we're not supposed to be doing?
The warning also, if we look at Jonah and what he did, he was
what is it?
3 days.
I'm asking you a question. What is it that the warning is saying we're not supposed to be doing?
Yeah, mostly, why it's in America, and anyways, because we're sinning a lot.
I'm in Canada, so I don't care. What is the
it's crossing over Canada.
What is
Canada?
What is this God warning us to not do?
Yes, sin, obviously.
Okay, that's pretty vague. So this is not really helpful. Like, I asked for something specific, and you went all over the place.
And then you ended up
with the one of the most vague things, sin.
It's not even vague. Like, it's the most simplest thing, but people can't even do it.
Sin. Okay. So all this time, humanity has been sinning, and now something's happening. Like, none of this makes any sense. Your theology's falling apart, in my opinion.
No. So
Because you can't even give me a straight answer. If you could give me a straight answer on it, then okay, this might make more sense. But right now, it just seems incoherent and nonsensical to me.
No, so there was a build up. So I mean, like I said, the Bible
I don't need
is.
a build up. I just asked you very specifically. What is it that we're asked specifically not to do? And you've not been able to answer that. You've gone in a lot of different tangents here, but you've not answered that question.
We're not supposed to run away from God, and we're supposed to
I'm not running
repent
away. I just don't believe that God is real. So
is that not running away though?
So it doesn't apply to me because I'm not running away.
I mean, that's kind of running away because you don't believe in him.
No, I'm not running away. Not believing in him. In order to run away from something, that something has to exist.
Yeah, I mean, but like, so basically, you think he doesn't exist, and therefore you're not running away from him.
No, I said I'm not convinced that he exists. So how can I run away from something that I don't believe in? I can't. That's the answer.
Because you're not accepting it.
Yeah, I don't accept the proposition. Nothing's been convincing to me yet. And so far, I've asked you, what is this warning to us? Like, what is it that we're not supposed to do? And you have not answered that question. The best you've done is given the most vague answer possible, which is sin, which is defined differently by every Christian I talk to.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be more specific, I mean, except the sin part. I mean, we of course, I wanted to add this one thing. We're in the year of the dragons, in the Jewish calendar. I mean, what a coincidence. Yeah, so
what we should again? You have
really
3 or 4 hands up now. And
we're in the year,
you're running away from not trolling, so let's move on.
What?
Yeah, and Year of the Dragon is a Chinese thing from Chinese zodiac. What I'd like to do is move on to another guest, and maybe that guy can come back another day. All right. Who's up next?
I think Gregory. What about Christian Yellow? He was waiting for a long time.
Hello, Gregory. Thank you for joining us. I saw your comments in the Heathen Hangout chat, and you had some critique for us. We're okay with critique, but we're very curious about the point that you made. Please feel free to proceed.
So the voice channel is titled Theist Helpline, right? Because theists need help, supposedly, right? Because theism is supposedly idiotic, unproven. And so what I haven't heard yet is any specific objective premise that is supposedly the logical prerequisite to verify, to prove that theism is true, especially biblical theism. So my first question is, this will be the test for whether or not the panel, especially the likes of Amy and T-Jump, are they being disingenuous and pretentious with their pretense of critical consideration, or do they really want to critically consider the arguments being said? The question is, what is logically required to prove that the God is concretely real?
Good question.
So I know that although I would accept many different forms of evidence, I think the best evidence we have right now is empirical evidence. And I think that a God should be able to withstand the test tubes if they are all-powerful, all-knowing, all these omnis.
Okay. So this is what Dr.
Bronson... But I'll wait for T-Jump.
Go ahead.
No,
you said you wanted to add something?
Oh.
Okay, so I think T-Jump is busy right now. Yeah, I have a requirement as well, which might not be quite the same as Amy's. I've put out what's called the Cosmic Challenge, particularly to Christians, but to any religion that has this. So because the Christian God in this case is omniscient and omnipotent, all-knowing and all-powerful, and has other omni properties. What would convince me is if that God were to grant me omniscience and omnipotence for a fortnight, for 2 weeks, so I could do some experiments and confirm this for myself. That would convince me. But let's go with Amy's stuff. It's probably more interesting. People have heard my Cosmic Challenge before.
Now, remember my question was, what's logically required, right? Surely you agree that you have to appeal to specific objective and true premises for there to be a valid criterion or criteria of truth, right?
Sure. Where's this going?
Okay, the reason I'm asking that is because Rich's answer, I'm going to address Amy's answer. Rich's answer was subjective, not objective.
Randolph,
right?
Yeah.
And it's not.
It is subjective. That's true. I agree.
Yeah. And of course, if you are trying to do an internal critique, which is what is logically required for you to refute any other worldview with any other given ultimate authority, is being consistent with that worldview. Now, it's not logically valid to demand that the God grant you his nature to you to verify his existence. Right?
Okay,
That's not
so
logically nor metaphysically possible.
I did not ask him to grant his nature. I'm asking for just 2 of the omni properties so I can experiment with those characteristics, and that's it. I'm not asking for God's nature. I don't want God's nature. From what I've read in the Bible, there's some things about God's nature I really dislike.
Those properties, Richard, are a part of his nature, and you cannot divorce any part from him and still have him.
No, they are separable. If they're not separable, then
No.
the Book of John saying with God all things are possible is wrong.
No, that doesn't follow. So you're not being consistent. You're not being logically consistent. Wait, hang on. You're not being logically consistent with the worldview that the Bible teaches. The God is not a Mr. Potato Head. He is not separable. You cannot separate. It is not possible in any sense to separate any of his properties from him. Just because you suppose a supposed possibility doesn't mean it's really possible. I can say right now that I am not speaking right now. Right? If I am speaking, then it is impossible for that proposition to be true. There are impossibilities. Not every sentence people fix their mouth to say is a true possibility.
So I'm not asking for those characteristics to be taken away from God. I'm asking for those characteristics to be granted to me. I'm not saying take them away from God.
Okay, you can't do that either. You can't make non-God become God.
It wouldn't be me doing that. It would be God doing it. So you're basically
I
saying
know,
God
I know.
So you're saying God is not omnipotent then?
No, you're missing the point. It is not possible to give any property that is distinctly the property of the God to non-God, and you cannot make non-God become God or quasi-God. That's also not possible.
All right. So God is supposedly, man is made in God's image. So God's image has been granted to man, which contradicts what you just said.
No, not contradicting what I just said. Humans are made in his image and likeness. Humans are, and all creatures are analogous, ontologically analogous to the God. He didn't bestow any property intrinsic to him to the creatures.
So what is Jesus then?
Okay, Lord Yahusha, Jesus, that is, the man is a creature. He began existing in the womb of the Blessed Virgin Miriam. So that's also not an instance of the God giving a property to a creature. That's the God concentrating a paranormal miracle to where an incarnation of the second person of the triune God is now manifest on the face of the earth.
And we do have to point out that there's no evidence that can happen. And so
Okay, so you say, right?
Yeah.
I wonder how much you've done an analysis of textual criticism and historical criticism. I doubt it.
I would say atheists tend to go over the Bible more than the theists. Not always, but we tend to read their holy books at, a counter-apologetic rate.
Okay, there's that supposed tendency. I'm talking about you right now. So regardless of that, so your valid, Richard, excuse me, I didn't say that right. Your criterion, Richard, is not logically valid. You're demanding something that's logically impossible to be a supposed criterion of truth to verify biblical theism in particular.
It's not impossible unless God is not omnipotent.
No, that doesn't follow. So again, it's not possible to make a non-God.
We have a disagreement here on what's logical.
So you're just gonna that's it. Can I engage the critique?
Well, no, because if God really truly is omnipotent, then it should be no problem for him to do this.
No, that doesn't follow. Omnipotence doesn't mean do whatsoever proposition you can fix your mouth to say. That's not what that means.
I didn't say that.
Hang on. Atheists need to stop that. There is no justification.
You need to stop putting words in my mouth.
Well, no, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm telling you the proposition that you're saying is not possible, and you're saying that it is. I'm telling you that it's not, and I give you an argument to expose why it's not possible, and then you just say we're at an impasse.
And I pointed out, we're at an impasse because I pointed out to you why that's incorrect.
Okay, well, saying that we're at an impasse doesn't refute the refutation.
Well, because your point requires that God not be omnipotent.
No, it doesn't. Expose how my premises imply that God is not omnipotent.
When you say that it's not possible for God to grant me omniscience and omnipotence, then that is a limitation on God's power, and therefore God is not omnipotent.
False. It's non sequitur. So again, you're trying to say
non sequitur. You're just throwing words out there, man.
No, I didn't finish the reply, obviously. Okay.
It's a
You're saying
not
that
a non sequitur. It's directly addressing
you're
the issue.
interrupting the reply for no good reason. You are trying to say this proposition is truly possible. I'm arguing that it's not. Your logic sequence was non sequitur. I still didn't finish the answer. I don't know why this interruption.
Because you're saying the same thing over and over and over
because
again.
I keep getting interrupted.
No, that's not it. You're going around in circles.
Think clearly.
No, once again, before that, you were still going around in circles. But
no, I wasn't going around in circles. So you're still delaying my answer.
Okay, now we're going around in circles.
So as soon as you stop talking, my answer will be delayed.
I'll let you say it one more time.
Yeah, you'll let me say it one more time. Yeah, so stop interrupting. So
yes, we will.
The proposition is not possible. It is not possible to make a non-God become God or quasi-God. You cannot give the non-God any of the properties that are distinctly intrinsic to the God, to the non-God. Not possible. So that's not a valid criterion. You're trying to make the God into a Mr. Potato Head type of God. He's not. He is simple. He's not composed of parts. And omnipotence is not some type of property that you can duplicate. Right? It's not like you have two sets of omnipotence. That's also foolish. Right? You have omnipotence, and that's it. And that's distinctly the property of the God. So the God cannot give you any property that is distinctly his. It's not possible because the God cannot be separated into parts.
That's not what omnipotence is.
So there's that reputation.
It doesn't have to become separated. It just has
I wasn't saying take it away from God. I wasn't saying separate it from him.
That's what's necessarily implied by your demand, Richard. If the God is going to give you one of his properties, omnipotence, omniscience, whatsoever, then it's going to separate that property from him. You can't duplicate it. So you can't duplicate. You can only give that property itself, that single property that is distinctly possessed intrinsically by the God. So then that necessarily implies that God would have to separate that property from himself and give it to you.
That is not what I'm implying. And your continued insistence that that's what I'm implying, I disagree with.
And these are just made up
It's
rules.
just an unjustified negation.
It's not why you're saying that. It's just like a fan fiction rule. You're just saying it can't happen.
And now that's carping. That's not an argument.
Okay, there's no reason for him not to be able to give this power, and it sounds bullshit.
I just gave the reason.
Richard now. Okay, well, now you have multiple people disagreeing with you.
So what? Impure incredulity fallacy.
No, we're disagreeing because we're saying those.
No, I don't believe you. Therefore, you're false. That's impure incredulity fallacy.
Okay, well, get better evidence for it then.
What do you mean better evidence? I already gave the deductive argument that proves my conclusion is true, refuting your invalid criterion.
Okay, well, we still think that that's a weak God because he can't do it. So you're saying it's not of his nature. You're saying that his God is weak. Sure, but we're not saying it's based on ignorance. We're saying that's based on the data.
No, incredulity. So evidently you don't know the difference.
Incredulity is a form of ignorance. It's when you don't know something.
No, incredulity is don't believe. Incredulity, incredulous, non-credo, don't believe, don't know. Okay, so there's that.
So
now you're supposed to demand Amy.
Yes.
This is what Dr. Bonson.
Science. So why can't God lift the bottle in front of me?
What?
Why can't God lift? Going back to why your God is so weak, because I think Richard made a good point about that. Let's get back to the continuation of that. Why can't your God?
Yeah, you want to denigrate the God. We know. You don't want me to address your supposed criterion.
One of the points is to denigrate your God, but I also would like you to address my criteria as well.
Okay, so he can. So you're just a loaded question fallacy.
Okay.
Two things here. My name is sorry. Two things. My name is Randolph, and I'm not attempting to denigrate your God. I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw Richard, but I didn't say the entire name.
I'm saying that this is what would convince me.
Yeah, so that's just a heuristic, not a specific objective premise of verification. So there's that.
I confirmed earlier it's subjective.
Yeah. So it's not valid. So
And
so
That doesn't
Amy,
mean it's not valid.
yeah, Randolph is
of course
nicer
it
than
does.
I am
It's
because
not
he's
objective.
Canadian.
It's
I look
heuristic.
at your biblical God, and I am trying to basically say that we should look down on that type of God. However, I don't look down on you. I think you're an amazing person.
Yeah, sure. So again, there's that invalid subjective appeal, which is just an appeal to incredulity with an implicit impossibility. And then your demand, you're just trying to impugn the God and denigrate the God and blaspheme him with, again, a loaded question fallacy. So that's refuted. Right? He can lift the bottle.
What's the loaded question? Okay, can he lift it right now? How about that?
Yeah, that's possible. He can do that. I don't think you understand the nature of your own question. When you ask about anything, when you say can, it's just asking about possibility or impossibility.
Okay, will
So
he
it's
lift
possible.
the bottle?
Say again?
Will he lift the bottle?
I don't know.
Okay, so far the answer is no.
I said I don't know.
Oh, I know.
Are you going to equivocate the negation NO
No,
with
I
the
accept
word
your I
KNOW?
don't know.
Is that what you're going to do?
You should never not accept an I don't know when you don't know something. I'm also responding in kind and saying, well, so far, no lifting.
Yeah, that's just the violation of the principle of charitable interpretation. I obviously didn't say no in this
I'm not
negation.
saying you said no.
Knowledge, I don't know.
Oh, I honestly only have one answer to that. Oy vey.
Okay, so you're going to appeal to your opinion, right? I answered your question. So, anyways, so your criterion now, right? Say your criterion again.
I'm looking for an empirical standard, something that this COD can actually do in the physical world.
Okay, so if Yahweh Elohim, Yahweh, is the creator of everything that you see before you, then the existence of everything you see before you empirically corroborates the narrative of his existence and in creating everything. You do say the world that you see before you, therefore, he is the one that created the world. Now, do you see the problem is it's not a lack of empirical evidence. It's not what it comes down to. It's not a lack of empirical evidence. There's a whole lot you need to learn as it concerns the historicity of the scriptures and all these things here, especially the prophecies. So it's not a matter of lack of empirical evidence. It's a matter of you having a different worldview through which you interpret all empirical data. You see, when you read Romans chapter 1, it clearly teaches that the sum total of all the concrete particulars is inductively indicative of Yahuwah Elohim being the eternal and divine creator thereof. So there is no logically possible greater data set of empirical data to empirically corroborate that he is concretely real. So it's not a matter of us lacking data. It's a matter of you having a different worldview through which you interpret the empirical data contrary to his revelation.
Sure, the first, I would at least have to go over your first argument, but it seemed very circular, like a God exists, therefore we have to believe that God exists. I would have to look into Romans because you're now going off of not something empirical. In fact, you started to say
you also missed the point there also.
We should be moving into logical or deductive arguments when I'm really just looking for you to give some sort of empirical
you missed the point.
data for God. I guess I missed the point of all three of your arguments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really bad. So I just said a modus tollens, right? If then, right? If P then Q, Q therefore P, right? That's what I just said. And so then I also addressed the fact that within my worldview, in principle, which you need to do an internal critique thereof, that's what's logically required for you to refute my worldview. When you do the internal critique, it's not a matter of us lacking empirical data. We appeal to the sum total of all concrete particulars, empirically detected and yet to be empirically detected. The sum total of the whole world is an empirical data set that is inductively indicative of the concrete reality of the eternal divine creator, who is Yahweh Elohim, Yahweh the God, Yahweh. That's the empirical data.
Sure,
you have it.
I'm okay with that if you were to able to present some sort of data set or some sort of facts. So what is your first?
The sum total of all concrete particulars, Amy.
Just all of it. Just all the facts. They just all
the whole world,
the
Amy.
whole thing.
Do you understand that?
I do. Do you understand when I mean this in a non-offensive way? That sounds very silly, and I used a different S word than I was going to use. Okay, it's not logical.
Okay, that's just another unjustified negation retort. I identify the logical error.
Okay, you don't have the set of all facts. You don't even know one. So when you claim all of them, you're basically bluffing. You mean zero.
Yeah,
You
that's
have
wrong.
no
It's just
facts.
false.
Okay, give
Just
one.
false.
Give
Yeah.
one.
So I'm not going to appeal to just one particular fact because
but
the God
there's
isn't
so
creator.
many. All of them.
Just listen for a moment. Just listen. I'm not going to appeal to just one out of all empirical facts. I'm going to appeal to all empirical facts, whether I am aware of them or not, because you're missing the point. The point is that the sum total of the entire world, all creatures, the whole world, from the most macroscopic scale to the most microscopic scale, is inductively indicative of him being the creator thereof. If Yahweh Elohim is the creator of the world, then the existence of the world is inductively indicative of him being real.
Okay.
So then the
Did
whole
you
world that
notice
is
that
existing
first
is
sentence?
inductively
That
indicative of him
first
being real.
premise?
That's what you don't get.
Your
You don't
first
want to get it.
premise.
So you
Yes.
keep resisting every answer I say to you. Or keep talking to every answer I say to you.
Your first premise is what you're trying to prove. None of us agree with it, and so
What type of argument did I just say, Amy?
You said that if God was the creator of the universe, God is not the creator of the universe. Therefore, please give a better premise.
I think you
You
presented
failed to steal on
one
the first
conclusion and then a therefore. Can you just present two premises and then a conclusion?
Yeah, you're missing the point also. I just said the modus tollens. Right, so I just gave you the answer, Amy. So what type of argument did I just say, Amy?
You started that if he is the creator of the universe,
What type of argument did I just say, Amy?
You just tried to give a if P then Q. You attempted to
What's
do
that
it.
called, Amy?
I can't even say it. Modus ponens. That is not a proper logical argument.
Yeah, no, not modus ponens. Modus tollens. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So, in fact, you know what? No, I got out of reverse. Let me correct myself. Because I didn't say if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That would be modus tollens. What you said is modus ponens. So there you go. Very good. So I said a modus ponens, right? So that's an argument, right? Modus ponens is a type of argument, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what was the first premise?
You started with if he is a creator God. Yes.
And then?
No, that's what we're arguing over. We're saying that if he's a creator God, that's what you need.
The first premise,
You wouldn't move past premise
Amy.
one when the other, because you're arguing for the God thing. You would need to prove the God at some point.
Yeah, you would need to prove premise one, and so you would need a different argument.
You're missing the point.
Your
You're trying to falsify it without actually engaging the argument. Say the entire first premise at least. Can you correctly steelman the argument? That's going to be the litmus test tonight for whether you can be critically considered or not.
Full first premise.
Yeah, say the entire first premise, Amy.
That is what I'm asking him.
Oh, so you don't know it. I wonder why.
I'm actually writing down a lot of what you say, but it is hard to write your entire argument down so fast. I'm trying to take notes. That's why you got the quick notes version of what you're trying to say.
Okay, well, if you're trying to be a scribe, it's amazing how
Also
the
asked you
becomes a scribe when I
the
talk.
premises just a few seconds ago, and you ignored it and tried to go back into the conversation. So
Yeah, I
now
didn't
I'm
ignore
asking
anything,
you.
Amy. I'm literally the one clarifying my argument to you.
Okay, what's your argument?
Okay, so let me finally answer without you disrupting, because it's kind of hard to correctly write down what you're trying to scribe down when you're talking through what I'm saying, so you can clearly hear what you're trying to scribe down. So there's a point for you to maximize your scribal skills.
There's a tiny violin somewhere.
Yeah, that's your fault. So the modus ponens, right? If P then Q, Q therefore P, right? That's a inductive appeal to the concrete particulars, the whole world. He's the creator of the whole world, Amy. So you need to acknowledge that concept in my worldview, okay? Because you're not doing an internal critique. You're just incessantly denying that he is. All right? You're not exposing any incoherency in my position, which is logically required to refute my worldview. So there's that again. So if Yahweh Elohim is the creator of the entire world before us, then the entire world before us is patently indicative of his concrete reality. We are in this world that is before us. We exist in the world that is before us. Therefore, that is patently indicative of him being the creator thereof. There's no incoherency in the premises. You just incessantly doubt the first one.
Get the fuck out. He asked for an internal worldview critique. Oh man, that's hilarious.
Oh, hang on. I think
Okay, you're laughing for what reason?
It'd be interesting to hear Gregory asking Jefferson Spatchcock the same question he asked us.
Well, you're just providing a deductive argument. I don't see why anybody would accept a deductive argument, right?
So what? You're blind, therefore I'm false? Appeal to incredulity.
No, you're literally just saying that God, like, literally your argument is God created everything. That's literally your argument. You're just saying it. There's no
that wasn't the argument either.
empirical evidence for that.
You're missing the plot.
Category error. The
You're missing
creation
the plot,
category you're using.
You got it wrong.
No, you're missing the point with what I'm saying.
You're attacking a straw man.
You've created an error.
You're attacking a straw man. You're not being honest.
Does somebody, Gregor, do you want to run that question past me?
What question?
I don't
The
know.
question that you came in here with.
Yeah, Randolph.
Oh, the very first one. Okay. What is logically required to verify that the God is concretely real?
He's concretely real?
Not just an idea in someone's imagination, not absolutely not real in any sense. He's concretely real, just like you and I, and greater. Right. So what's logically required to verify that theism is true? What's logically required to prove that the God is concretely real?
It depends on the system that you're imposing, right? Like, so if you wanted to verify it empirically, it would need empirical data. You'd need to be able to test it and repeat it. If you want it to be concrete, yeah, I don't know. Because there's plenty of different ways that you can set up a God for a debate or for a topic, and where he's logically consistent or something like that, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's real, right? And just for the sake of the argument, it holds. But if you're trying to say like it's concretely like I'm thinking that you're meaning objectively real, right? Like unambiguously true, despite
concrete in the ontological sense.
Yeah,
not ontological dichotomy.
You would need demonstration, right? You would need to demonstrate it. At least for human epistemology, you need to do that.
What do you mean by demonstrate?
Demonstration in terms of like some kind of proof that it actually exists, other than
Okay, so various types of arguments.
Are there arguments or demonstrations, tests? There'd be a variety of different things. But it would have to be something other than it would have to be something other than rhetoric, which is usually what we get with Christianity.
Okay, so that's
need an inductive argument.
Yeah,
in our world,
already said,
our worldview, in the actual reality that exists.
Just let me reply, please. Just let me reply now. Just let me reply to him, please. Thank you. My God. So that's a vague answer because, of course, proof demonstration becomes a variety of forms. Right? There is only one type of argument for every proposition.
But you're looking for one thing. You're looking for concrete demonstration of the God. So, I mean,
hang on.
Providing you a vague answer, like you would need demonstration.
Can you just hang on?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So this is what Dr. Bunsen calls the crackers in the pantry fallacy, right? Because it's an invalid supposed criterion to verify the reality of the God. Because you want the God to be I didn't finish. Because you want the God to be verified in the same way that you verify the existence of crackers in the pantry. You just go to a particular location.
Sure.
Can I finish?
Sure.
You want to verify the God the same way you verify the existence of the crackers in the pantry. You want to go to a particular location. You want to go downstairs, go into the kitchen, open up the pantry, then you can see the crackers, or you don't see the crackers. Therefore, you verified whether or not the crackers are in the pantry or not. The God's not like that. He's not like that. He is essentially different from that type of entity.
Pleading all the way through.
No, not special pleading.
It sounds
right?
like
There's nothing special pleading about it.
Why isn't it special pleading?
But why is it special pleading?
I can verify the existence of the crackers in the pantry. I can't verify the existence of the God that Bonson or you are talking about. So why?
Okay, so you're begging the question. You're just reaffirming that I can't verify it. Yeah, I just asked you what is logically required to verify the concrete reality. I didn't finish the answer. Didn't finish the answer. Didn't finish the answer. Didn't finish.
No.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
Greg, hang on. Let me.
Why do you have to interrupt my answer? Why won't you let me rebut your?
I'm trying to finish my point. the point of your question was establishing the existence of the God as like a concrete thing, right? What would it be? What would be required? And I said, it would need to be demonstrated. And now you're basically saying, you're bringing up Bonson to say, no, God doesn't have to be demonstrated in that way because he's somehow different than the crackers in the pantry. Okay, fine. If you're not going to say that that's somehow not special pleading, what about God gets him out of this bind?
Yeah, so stop talking, then I'll finally answer the question. You're just pretending to be critically considerate. While you persevere to prevent me from replying, you talk as though you want to know. So again, before you rudely interrupt my answer to your critique, it's not special pleading.
Dude, you're
because
a dick.
it's a different type of entity altogether.
Yeah,
and I'm still
you're a
not
dick.
done. And I'm still not done.
And
And I'm
you're a
still not
dick.
done. And I'm still not done. Right?
Go ahead.
Why should I yield to your disruptions as you repeatedly disrupt my answer that you're pretending that you want?
Because you're getting into the meta now and you're making this about me. You're a dick.
It's a metaphysical subject. Yeah. Yeah, that's categorically what we're talking about. It's a metaphysical subject. Didn't you know?
You want me to respond to that?
Ridiculous
Or
truism.
are you going to
Are you done disrupting my reply? Are you done? Because you obviously don't want to know my answer. You're exposing yourself.
You are a dumb piece of shit.
Yeah, you don't want to know the answer as you carp.
As I carp? What are you talking about, Greg?
What are you talking about? Yeah, you have a computer. Look it up. CARP.
I know what the word means. What are you doing?
Okay, so then why'd you ask? Now why are we talking about this?
Dude, you are wasting everybody's time.
Yeah, so as you continue to carp.
What's your
Are you
next
done
point?
interrupting?
Yes. What's your next point? Go on.
Okay, well stop talking now. I'm gonna wait for you to stop talking.
No. I'm not. No. Here's the thing. You're not going to give me instructions and act like you're running the show. Go
Yeah, so
on
as you continue to carp and disrupt, because you don't want to know.
Do you have anything to offer other than Christian fascistic nonsense?
Yeah, didn't give you that. Yeah, so what I'm trying to offer, you keep rejecting. So you're pretending that you want it as you ask, but then you reject it when I give it to you. You're refusing to even let me do the act. You're refusing to let me complete the act of presenting to you the
and
answer.
all of the audience here special
Yeah,
pleading.
you're still talking to my
God
answer.
is not the crackers in the
Yeah, you're still
pantry.
talking to the answer again. You're exposing yourself.
Dude, exposing I could
You're a
turn
bigot.
my camera on and just do
You're
a
a belligerent
strip
bigot.
I wanted to expose myself. What are you
I'm
doing?
gonna continue this until you stop disrupting me.
Gregory, don't call people bigots here. Nobody's being bigoted.
Yeah, he is being bigoted. He is not critically he's not critically considering and self-scrutinizing himself. That's bigotry.
No, you don't know what bigotry is,
I
obviously.
do know what bigotry is. Someone who obstinately refuses to consider the words of others. Yes, that's bigotry.
So Gregory, you're gonna like address some substantive point and talk directly to Jefferson, or we're gonna
As soon as he stops disrupting, as soon as people stop disrupting my answer that I'm trying to give.
Bro, we're not doing this. You came up to the stage that we organize once a month, and we've been doing that for a really long time. If you want to talk with us, you can talk with us, but stop being a dick.
My answer. I'm literally waiting for you to stop disrupting so I can finally finish the answer.
Okay, finish your answer. We'll give you a minute here.
Finally. So, it's not special pleading for the following reason, right? For the following reason. He's an entirely different entity. So given that he's an entirely different entity in his essence, ontologically, categorically, that is not the logically valid and logically required way to verify his concrete reality. You're not being consistent with the worldview. You just want to superimpose your epistemic standard into our worldview. That's not valid. It's a different worldview. So you're just complaining that we're not adhering to your worldview as we adhere to ours. When you say, well, I can't go outside and see God standing on the corner, therefore he's not real, and therefore you can't know and no one can know. No, it doesn't follow.
If
not being logically consistent with
God
our
is in a special
you see the interruption again? Why is he interrupting? Why is he talking right now? Why? I thought he wanted to hear the answer.
Respond to you now.
Yeah, in the middle of me saying the answer, right? Because that's a wonderful time to do it. That's not an idiotic choice at all.
Do you need another 10 seconds? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I need more than 10 seconds. So exercise some patience. But I know that's asking too much of reprobates.
If you're talking to reprobates,
I kicked them.
Thank you.
Reprobates have other
Jesus
people who actually want to talk.
If Gregory's
Let's
still
talk
listening,
about him for like 5 minutes now while he's in the audience.
So Christian
yeah, let's kick him while he's down. Yeah.
It's good to see you, Jefferson.
Thank you, Randall, for inviting me on here. I'm going to go live now, I think.
Can we bring up Christian Yellow
live right now?
Oh, I know it is, but I was going to do my show. I was setting up another thing. I was going to talk about some other stuff. So, but this is fun. Thank you, Randall, for. Oh no, Christian Yellow, is that PMars?
Hello, Christian Yellowbone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm PMars. Hello, how you doing, Jefferson?
Doing good. I'm eating a salad.
Nice.
What do you have for us today?
I'm reading a book called The Objective Proof for Christianity.
Okay.
It's mostly like Bonson. And
seriously? Sorry.
Yeah. I know Amy said she would accept empirical proof for God. The book actually goes over the types of proof. Like it goes over there's rationalist proof, empirical proof, pragmatic proof, and it says all these proofs bottom out in subjectivism, which bottoms out in skepticism, like with empirical proofs. I think Hume
You're
said,
triggering me by saying bottoms out. I had 2 colonoscopies this week. It's triggering me.
Oh my.
I hope you're recovering well from that spatchcock.
TMI, yeah.
He's getting flashbacks.
I've been well photographed. PMars, are you still reading that like Jacques whatever his name is, the guy that hates society? You still into that stuff?
Yeah, I like Jacques Ellul. I haven't.
Well, yeah, that's
read,
that.
I've kind of been sick this last year, so I haven't like read much. But
Are you still trolling Christians and atheists on YouTube?
I mean, I think I'm trolling. I'm just being myself.
Can I? Oh no, continues, Jim.
When I was a kid, everyone was like, "You should be yourself," and then when I was an adult, they all said to stop doing that.
Exactly. You know, no. In your case, you should adopt another persona. Absolutely. Amy, please.
You said that you're looking over a book that has evidence that is empirical. It went over numerous ones, but it had empirical, which you seem to say lead to skepticism. I would say that it is very much a skeptical outlook to need empirical data. But did they give like a very specific piece of evidence that they're like, this is a good empirical reason to believe in the one God, Jesus Christ?
No, it makes well, it's Bonson, so the book it says there's also transcendental proof. That's like the 4th type of proof, and that makes a transcendental argument.
Is it proof of a creator God or the Christian God specifically? Because that seems like kind of a leap.
It would be the Christian God specifically, because he would have the necessary attributes.
How would you? Yeah, I don't understand that. How would you even get there? Because the God of like kind of classical theism, you'd get either like the Muslim God or the Judaic God. You wouldn't necessarily get, the salvation portion where, God becomes a man and dies for people's sins. That doesn't make sense. Unless he's going to do kind of like the whole, the whole resurrection thing, like proof of the resurrection, empty tomb kind of crap.
Right.
Does he do that?
I mean, the book deals in, the guy's like a PhD in philosophy. I think he specializes in epistemology. And so it mainly talks about like philosophy in the book. It doesn't really talk about Christianity as much. But it would be an argument for the worldview as a composite. So
is it a book by Dr. Bonson?
It's his like I think lectures that someone transcribed the various lectures and then edited it into a book. And
can you post like the Amazon link or the ISBN link into so that people can look this up?
I'll send it to Richard. He asked for it.
Oh, yeah. He was a theologian. Keyword theologian.
No, he was a philosopher. He had a PhD in philosophy.
Bonson did, yeah. I mean, his primary role was theologian, but yeah, he did have degrees in philosophy. I think.
He did. Yeah,
But
PhD.
then I would, I guess, keep on pressing because I know we can go through like things like the transcendental argument, which I think you're gonna find some pushback from here. But when I am looking for empirical, I guess I'm looking for something that we can all observe and I guess lay peer review as just if it can be peer reviewed from scientists.
Yeah, I'm with Amy too. I'm looking for something that is within the boundaries of human epistemology. Christians popping up like Gregory did and saying like, "Oh, well, you just don't understand. Categorically, this God is outside the bounds of that." Like, well, then what are you talking about? Then none of those rules apply. So if you're going to ask me like what would be necessary for you to determine whether or not this God is exists or not, I'd be like, well, like the way that I determine most things exist based on my limited human epistemology and understanding, my limitations. And they're like, yeah, well, God's outside that, bro. Like, then cool. Why did you ask me that from the jump? If he's categorically outside of that, then you didn't need to ask me that. If you're just going to say like, oh no, it's it might be special pleading if you're trying to say that this God is something different, but if it is something different, really something different, demonstrate that. Don't get coy and say, oh, well, the theologians have said it this way or said it that way, blah 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 blah. I don't give a damn about that. What is it? What are you?
Would you accept a transcendental proof?
No.
Why
You're,
not?
you're just talking about rhetoric because you're only talking about something that is a proof within an argument for the sake of argument. You're not talking about something that's meat and potatoes, crackers in the cupboard, meal on the table, cards on the table.
Well, yeah.
What
'cause
is it?
we
The stakes are this. These people, Christians, are telling you that God's going to get you if you don't get in line with him. And they can't back him up. They can't back up his existence without getting into these weird ass arguments where, well, he maybe no, maybe not, maybe nonsense, petty Annie nonsense.
And can I say why we can't? Well, we can accept them, but just to tie it back to the original thing, I think there's many ways that we can be convinced for things. Sometimes it's just what flavor ice cream do we want, and we can just use our opinion.
Yep.
Sometimes we are going to be using argumentation, and some like in the court of law, and then sometimes we're also going to be using empirical evidence. You have better empirical evidence probably in the peer of law if you have empirical evidence, but like in the lab. And so we can talk about arguments like the transcendental one, but I guess the point is, are you either conceding or moving away from empirical evidence for a God?
I would say,
and just in case anybody's interested in the book, I shared a link that Christian Yellowbone just provided to me, both in the Discord chat and in the YouTube audience chat.
Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Like the crackers in the pantry, right? Like, so you would prove crackers in the pantry in a different way than you would prove, say, like a math equation. And I think like the same thing would be with God. So we wouldn't use like the types of proof, like empirical proofs to prove God. We'd use like a transcendental proof.
Right, but you wouldn't use a math equation to prove the existence of your car, right? Like it's and that's the trick, because the idea here is like, well, hang on, guys, hang on. You know what? We can do this whole thing where we can prove 2 + 2 = 4, and that's totally abstract, neat and tidy. But that is not how Christians are operating. Christians are operating under the assumption that they have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, who actually came here, lived as a man, died at the tender age of 33 at the hands of the Roman Empire for their sins. And if they believe on him, they will have eternal life. There is a literal, actual belief there. So if you come at anybody else with this idea like, oh, well, it could just be like the same way that you're proving like a perfect circle or something like that, like That's not the lived reality for believers, and that's not the lived reality for the faith tradition. The faith tradition is they literally believe that this being exists. That's fine. And I have no problem with that. The issue pops in. How do they go about demonstrating the actual existence of the being that they believe in? They can't. They can't do it. And there's nothing wrong with that. There really
I think the
isn't.
book.
There really isn't anything wrong with that. It's just that they seem to have a problem with atheists being like, "Hey, you can't. That thing's not real."
Well, you're saying I can't demonstrate my God, but I'm saying I can
You
demonstrate.
can't. No, you. The only way that
what
you
the
can
book says.
demonstrate the only way that you can demonstrate your God is from the statements of other people who are claiming to demonstrate that God. You can go to the Bible, you can go to the prophets, you can go to these statements. That's it. That's all you've got. You on your own cannot demonstrate the existence of the God that you believe in.
I can, because I can give a transcendental proof.
No.
The form of the argument is going to be like X is a necessary precondition of Y,
Okay.
Y, therefore X.
All right. So if I gave you a transcendental argument for the existence of the Ferrari in my parking ramp, would you accept the fact that I have a Ferrari in my parking ramp?
Well, we would ask, what are the preconditions for the
I
Ferrari?
can provide a transcendental argument for the existence of a Ferrari in my car park. Right.
So we
But that
would
doesn't
ask
mean that it actually is there. That's the difference. It's categorically.
If we agree the Ferrari is there, then we can say,
and
what
we
are the
don't.
preconditions for the Ferrari
That's the
to
point,
exist?
man. We don't
And it's
agree.
Going to be like
and we don't agree that it's there. We don't agree. You think that it's there, and then you've got an argument.
But the argument is taking something we agree on. Do you agree that we can reason? We have the ability to reason?
Sure. Yes.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So we take something we agree, a fact of the world, we can reason. I go, what are the necessary preconditions for that to be true? And when you work it back, you end up with God, and there's no other way.
Go ahead, Amy.
Well, no, the necessary precondition for that would be a brain.
No,
I agree.
I can prove that autonomous human reasoning is impossible. So you could not reason if.
Can you do that with your autonomous reasoning?
Can I do that with my autonomous reasoning?
Can you prove autonomous reasoning is faulty with your autonomous reasoning? Are you going to do that with your brain?
At some point, we have to be when we're dealing with second order logic.
Neat. Why? Okay. Yep. Sure. So we need to be charitable for your bullshit example, but not for others. Why?
Reason would be the necessary precondition for an argument. So of course, I'm going to have to
get a library card. Get a library card and read more books.
I'm going to have to assume we can reason in order to even argue. Right?
No.
No. How could you argue if there was no ability to reason?
I'm arguing. I'm just saying no to you. All right. I'm not.
No to me. If you were to argue that language has meaning, you would have to use language in your argument. That's
agreed.
That would be circular, right? So sometimes
which is what you said. You said that your autonomous reasoning. I mean, you were going to use your autonomous reasoning to prove autonomously that the God exists, right? You were going to do that.
Yeah, because you're just stating Gödel's incompleteness theory, which is a type of transcendental argument that shows we have to use math to prove math. We have to use logic to prove logic. We have to use reason to.
Right.
So that would actually, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you verify your subjective experience when you call it into question. Yeah, no, I get that. That's kind of the point of my entire existence. So, what are you talking about?
I'm saying that if any philosophy that employs autonomous human reasoning, it reduces to
all philosophy employs autonomous human reasoning. They're all based on autonomous.
That's not true.
What philosophy is independent of autonomous human reasoning?
My metaphysics has.
Do you have a metaphysic that's different?
Yeah, I use theonomous reasoning, meaning that there's God's mind, and God creates the world.
You can tap into God's mind and then get his download. Okay.
Not only that, it's that God designed my mind. So it could.
Well, God designed my mind too, right? Even as a reprobate, He designed my mind.
Yeah, but in your model of reality, there is no God. So
My model of reality is the mind of God.
you have. Wait, are you? I thought you were. I thought you don't believe in God.
I don't believe in God, but the reason I don't believe in God is because my mind, my worldview is dependent upon God, right? God is the absolute foundation for all things. You understand that?
Your model would not have a God, so that would be autonomous reasoning. In my model, there's a God, so we
No, that
employ
doesn't
theonomous
follow.
reasoning.
My worldview and
What?
if your worldview is the same, if your worldview tracks, the reason that I don't believe in God is because God has allowed that. You understand that?
Okay.
You don't understand that, do you?
You're saying if there's a God, God lets you be an atheist.
Yes.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
understand that? Because He
Yeah.
has to. He has to because the only way that I can believe that is because God allows it, right?
The Bible says He what is it? Gives you to a delusion. Lets people delude themselves, something like that.
Parts of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are we getting there?
I don't know. What's the point of that?
Do we have different worldviews or do we have the same worldview, P. Mars?
We have different worldviews.
How do we have different worldviews when only one worldview is possible?
Because you don't believe in God, so you
No, you do not. You fundamentally do not understand presuppositional apologetics or anything that you're reading from Bonson. Nothing.
Oh yeah.
No, nothing.
Well,
You don't get it.
Thank God you're here to teach me.
You're welcome.
So
Well,
You should thank him directly.
Can I ask you? Oh my. Can I ask you if we could compare just for a moment, because you said that our minds come from God's minds and that we can only do reasoning because of God. However, I have a different model. I think we do reasoning because of our brain, and that God's, in fact, we could say God's mind is contingent on our mind because they are our creations. So how do we know which model is correct?
Well, if we go with your model, it's not going to work because there'd be no way to know how the conceptual scheme, like our thoughts, actually like align with the state of affairs. There's nothing to like link the two together.
I would say that is the entire basis of what neurology is founded on, is us trying to better understand the brain and the mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what my book says. It says that God serves as a bridge so that a conceptual scheme can map onto reality.
What book are you reading? What book are you reading, man?
Metaphysical justification that like reason is even possible.
I posted it in the chat. I can post it again.
Oh, you did? Okay.
The objective proof for Christianity.
And I disagree with it, I would say.
I mean, you can disagree or laugh or whatever, but the guy is like a PhD in philosophy, so it's not like
just appeal to authority there. Yeah.
I mean,
he's a PhD. And I'm not trying to denigrate him in this. I was trying to denigrate the God, but I'm not trying to denigrate him. I would just say we disagree here.
Trust me when I tell you there's good philosophers and bad philosophers.
I'm loving Amy's energy right now. She's doing such a good cop to my bad
you
cop.
reject like David Hume.
And that love back, Jefferson.
David Hume would say like all of our knowledge comes from sense data, but then we never sense ourselves experiencing anything. So like there's no way to you don't sense like the relationship between your experiences. So you have no way to, like, you wouldn't have like a self identity that like, holds all these experiences.
I think that we can understand that our experience come from an emergence. We generally like to call that label something like conscious or consciousness. And I think that fundamentally that and then understanding and reasoning, those make more sense as animals within a biological world, and us getting it from one organ among many organ systems than from something like a god.
So would you just say like the self is like it's an axiom or something?
Well, we make a self. It tends to be an emergent property of all of our different sensory organs, and then it just depends, we label our body as self. However, we rarely think of our foot or our hand as our self. However, it is. We tend to put more emphasis around, our noggins, our head. Yeah. Our self is not an illusion, but it's a creation of the body, of the brain, and the mind.
Hume would say if there's nothing that like bundles the perceptions, or like there's no relationship between the particulars, then like it kind of destroys the potential for knowledge. So that's why I would argue that like autonomous human reasoning is impossible because of what David Hume was saying.
No. I don't think and David Hume wasn't saying that autonomous reasoning was impossible.
Well, this is what it says in my book here. It says
God damn it.
David Hume was not saying that autonomous reasoning was impossible. He was probably saying that it was weak. Right. Like it's limited. He wasn't saying it was impossible. Obviously, autonomous human reasoning is a thing.
Hume's problem was that he thought every sensation, sense data, was separate from every other sensation, so that rather than my perceiving someone as a human body or humanoid, that is, rather than talking to you as a whole object, what I am perceiving is the color of your shirt, the shape of your body, the numerical quality of how many eyes, ears, and so forth that you have.
Okay.
All these sorts of things are coming into my mind, but according to Hume, I don't know that there is anybody here who can receive that and make sense out of it. So you are loose and disjoint, and I am loose and disjoint. You can see now how that picture of knowing destroys the possibility of knowing anything.
Yeah. That doesn't mean that autonomous human reasoning is impossible. It just means that it needs to be called into question. It needs to be criticized.
Well, if every proof or every philosophy of autonomous human reasoning like ends up in you can't know anything, I mean that seems like an impossible.
If you're an epistemological nihilist, sure. Are you an epistemological nihilist?
I'm not talking about like the theory of knowledge. I'm talking about like, is knowledge even possible?
Okay. Knowledge in what sense? Knowledge as in like knowing something to be asserted?
Can we reason? How do we know that our reason, actually?
Yeah, this always faffs about. I'm a reliabilist, so
that doesn't matter because you keep going back to first order logic, and we're doing second order logic in the argument.
Well, can I jump in?
It doesn't matter what your position is. What matters is can you account for the possibility for us to reason at all? Because we're asking what are the preconditions that would be necessary to reason in the first place.
The question that I would ask is who gives a good shit? Why on earth would you care? We're talking about our ability to even be able to like think through things, and you're like, well, can we even do that at all? Well, I guess we can't. We can navel gaze about this for as long as we want. It's not going to change anything, right?
But you set the stage up for us to have these discussions, and then you're saying, well, who cares? I mean, I just think that we're here. Well, that's what I mean. That's the point of the conversation we're having.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
Well,
the point of the conversation is not to call into question the capacity for humans to be able to reason in the first place. The point of this entire discussion, this channel, is to talk about whether or not a God exists.
And very specifically, what that argument was, we can get knowledge. It's a justifiable, true beliefs. We have beliefs. Some of those beliefs, a subset, are knowledge. We can have them without a deity.
So the argumentation that you're presenting is a very reductive one, where you're going to reduce every single premise that we present, and PMARS has done a beautiful job presenting to you the necessary the preconditions of
Has
every
he?
single premise. Yes, every
No,
single
he
premise
has
that
not.
he was brought up.
He
Yes, he has
has.
beautifully.
He has
And
not.
and now you're saying why does it make sense to have a conversation about
It
knowing
does. It
things
doesn't make
when
sense.
you reduced it. We reduced it down to God is a necessary precondition for knowledge. God,
The
knowledge
first
before
time
God,
when a
and you want to
Christian
reduce
tells
that.
me,
So
hang on, Bart, when a
sure.
Christian tells me that he's going to prove to me that there's a God, and he's going to use his reason to do it, and then wrap up his entire sales pitch with, by the way, our reason doesn't matter. I check
No,
out.
no, no,
I check
no. That
right
wasn't
out
the point of
when
that.
that.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe you misunderstood what he was saying. Um, and I'm sure he doesn't mind bringing it up again.
Well,
But
I would
that's definitely
actually, if I
maybe
could
there was a
just interrupt,
misunderstanding.
I do not think that God is a necessary precondition for knowledge. That's the counterclaim that we are trying to suss out right now.
Well, can you present an argument because P. Mars did a beautiful explaining premise, gave you an explanation, even additional arguments. Can you give an argument now against premise one?
What is
Went
premise
over. I
one?
was going to say we didn't go actually into two premises
We
and a
didn't, we didn't
conclusion.
get a
We
syllogism
didn't
from.
go into the transcendental argument specifically. We talked around it.
So this is going to be the third time. Yeah, this is the third time we presented
We do
X and Y, therefore
yeah.
X, Y. So
So
yeah,
God is a necessary
yeah, say it.
precondition for God's necessary precondition for reason, premise one.
Yeah, no, stop right there. So we disagree on that. So that's what we're trying to sort out right now.
Okay. So the argument
Yeah,
for
we
that,
did that already.
The argument for that is going to be a disjunctive syllogism, where I'll say,
okay,
autonomous human reasoning or theonomous reasoning.
Okay.
Autonomous human reasoning is impossible, as demonstrated by David Hume. Conclusion: theonomous reasoning, which is reasoning.
Well, I hate to stop, but I keep on doing this. But it's the second time, but I disagree with the first premise. So we're gonna need like an argument for why you think autonomous human reasoning.
Yeah, there's no reason.
Impossible.
This argument is not going anywhere.
Explained it. That's what David Hume showed, right? Like he showed that we're loose and disjoint, that there's no relationship between the particulars. So
conscious is emergent. It comes from
no
multitude of
possibility for
different
knowledge.
instances. But our knowledge comes from science. It doesn't even come from our consciousness. What it happens is different people come together. Prove its own foundation is in things like logic and reason.
You couldn't do science from an atheist model of reality.
You do science not from any atheist or atheist. It doesn't care about that question
You literally
at all.
need the Christian God to even do science.
That is very silly because we get that claim when people say like we get the government from Christianity and stuff like that.
Came out of Christianity. It's because Christianity is a necessary precondition for science.
Well, it came out of multiple different religions because those people at the time. It didn't come from Christianity. It came from natural philosophers. People a lot of the times who were actually moving away from religion. But yeah, I mean, our reasoning, it comes from our brain.
Discussion, but I respect that. When you say brain, are you gonna where are you putting the mind? You're saying the mind is the brain?
As the operating system of the brain.
So the mind is not separate from the brain.
No, it's housed in there. Running off it, just like our operating systems are running off our physical computers.
Okay. Is there any more questions about premise one? Because I mean, that could be reduced, and we're reducing it down to the foundation, to the ultimacy. You're saying your brain. So what is before your brain? Then you're going to say your brain is necessary.
Premise one is a mind job. All right.
Yeah, and what do you mean before? Because it's an organ of an organ.
What is the necessary precondition for you to have a brain?
It's not a necessary precondition. It's a necessary precondition if you can demonstrate that. Necessary means demonstrable. You can't do that. Just because you say necessary doesn't mean anything if it's not demonstrable. So
Yeah, just give us
Demonstrate
the
why
argument.
that
Give us
is.
the argument.
Sure, and I could
Well, give me.
also
Wait, you're giving me another. You're going against, which I respect. I would just love how you got to that conclusion for you to make that objection. I think that's what we're here for. Because we gave the argument. We gave you the explanation.
No,
You
no,
weren't
you don't
happy
get
with
to
it.
do
So
that. I asked.
then
I'm going to be childish here and say I asked you first. I asked you first. Prove Jeebus.
okay, so we explained the autonomous reasoning.
Did you?
We gave you the David Hume.
You didn't. You got both
You
of
want us
those
to
wrong.
run
Go
through?
on.
Oh, so you didn't agree with any of those?
You got all of that wrong. All of that about epistemology was wrong. Now, what's step 3?
And yes, we did disagree with all of that, just to answer that question.
Okay.
Have you guys like solved skepticism or something? Because we're basically just citing skepticism, right?
No, you guys are citing a solipsistic God that you happen to be allied with.
No.
Which
I'm
is kind of
saying
a weird take to have.
I'm saying because of skepticism, autonomous human reasoning is impossible because it leads to skepticism. Right, David? It's like David Hume talked about.
Oh, it doesn't. It does not. It doesn't.
That's what my book says, and the guy's a PhD.
Your book says that. Can you point that out? Can you? So your book says that, so it's true, huh?
He read it
the
before.
guy's an expert in philosophy. Like,
oh, he's a expert in philosophies. You just point to that and be like, it says here in the book that that's how philosophy works. Mars, you're not. Stop.
I don't think what I'm saying is controversial.
You're at the kids' table. You were arguing like you were at the kids' table at this point. This is weird.
But
Don't
Mars,
do that.
I'm saying anything controversial.
You're also talking about how it leads to skepticism. That's what Hume's saying. But then you're also trying to tie that somehow back to God. And Hume, let me tell you, would probably be the last person to agree with you on that point. So why should Hume take you seriously on that point?
Hume would be skeptical of your skepticism.
So, transcendental arguments started with like Kant, or I mean, you could go further back. But like,
yes, they do. They go back to the Greeks.
Kant, and Kant was responding to David Hume's skepticism. So the whole point of the argument is to defeat.
These are arguments. We're talking about
completely devastating to the non-believer.
We're talking about rhetoric versus reality.
Rhetoric, like Jefferson Spatchcock is demonstrating. They can't respond to the
rhetoric versus reality. Meat on the table, cards on the table.
Logical arguments and explanations.
I don't care if you've got
a reality.
It's not. You can't just claim rhetoric, man. Respond to the logical arguments.
That's all you have. You have a theory.
Logical arguments.
If you guys have some kind of goofy ass theory that may or may not prove the existence of a creator God, but you can't demonstrate the actual existence of that creator God when you're trying to tell me that I need to bow down to it and ask for its forgiveness, then I don't give a goddamn what you're talking about.
We never mentioned any of that, and I heard you say that before, and I have scriptures actually that explain exactly what you're saying.
For? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, Barth?
You want me to quote to you the scriptures? I could give them to you. I'll put them in the chat if you want.
Why would you quote the scriptures at me when I can quote them right back at you?
No, I'm just saying that actually answer
I can quote them right back at you to prove the exact opposite point. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, Barth?
Well, because it is part of human reasoning, and that's the whole point of PMARS presenting this argument to you.
That's just you pushing dogma on me, bro. That's not you doing anything to prove your case. What are you doing?
In fact, the case was, and I'll hand it right back over to you, Bart, but the case was so far, because I don't think Hume would have agreed with the last part, but now we're at Kant. So what would you say for an argument that would give for that? And then why would we talk about scripture and the Bible? Because I think what Jefferson is saying is really, it's a book that we don't accept or think is true anyway. So why quote a book we don't think is true? But back over the other side.
So I guess like I guess I'm fatigued at this moment. I wouldn't take it as a defeat, but I'm just gonna let you know that PMARS presented a beautiful argument to you guys.
He did
He was
not.
honest. He's upfront. He
He
explained
was
it,
honest.
and he was
It was
he
not
ex-
good.
he explained it. He didn't overtalk. He wasn't rude. I just helped a little bit, just clear certain things up.
You
If
didn't.
you guys want to hear arguments for God, we gave you one. If you're not willing to accept the argument, then it's just I guess just say
Bart,
that. Maybe give us a
most of
reason
us,
why. Other than that,
we've heard
yeah, just
we've heard most of
rebuttal
them.
it at least.
Is
Yeah,
there a
rebuttal
rebuttal
at
to the
least.
argument or no? No.
What argument?
Well,
Yeah, see, this is it.
I would
What
say
Now you're
very
being rude.
specifically to
She
both.
said, "What argument?"
What was
I
it?
can't believe you
It
said
wasn't an
what
argument. It was just a
We-
claim.
I
The
can't believe you
argument
just
was
said
a
that.
claim.
Oh
It was just
my
God
God.
exists,
Oh my
and you
God.
can't
That's
you
the
can't
Matt
think for
Dillahunty.
yourself.
Wow.
He's doing. That's what Dillahunty does. He goes, "What
We
argument?"
literally
And he just
gave
making
you
claims.
premise, conclusion,
He
and you
did.
said, "Where's the argument?"
But we
What?
also
Two
we
syllogisms.
don't agree with the premises. Not in fact, we both in both premise ones.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
defended them.
I'm not saying
Doesn't,
I would.
them all.
doesn't matter.
I would
I
say
literally
that we,
defended all the premises.
It
and you offered
doesn't
no
matter
rebuttal.
if you did.
And then
Oh
you
my
still
God!
asked
But there's no
Jefferson. You
rebuttal.
still
Are you
asked
there
guys
were not
not
good reasons.
That was the best
rhetoric
part of that.
versus
Why
reality,
would you
guys?
still ask?
Rhetoric. I don't care if you have a
You're the one doing
syllogism,
rhetoric.
bro.
Now you don't
You're not
This.
care.
even. You're
Now
not
Oh
you
even
my
don't care.
rebutting the
God!
It's like
argument. You're
weird.
just doing
Oh
rhetoric.
my
Weird.
God!
I gave
You
arguments.
guys are so obsessed about this like debate culture crap. I
I
don't
gave
You're up
care.
arguments.
here with
Rebut the
us.
argument.
You
You're just
invited
doing
us up
rhetoric.
here,
You're
bud.
accusing me of rhetoric.
You
Your
invited us up here.
argument
Why are you staying
sucks.
obsessed
Get a
with
better
this when you're?
argument.
Why does it suck?
Oh,
Okay,
that's
great.
the
Why does
rebuttal.
it suck?
That's the rebuttal.
And I
Because
just want to
it's
say, I
necessary.
do
Oh, no,
I do
go
agree with Barthology that this has been a nice civil discussion. So we'll go with
Yeah.
that at least.
I haven't made it
Well,
that
he said
simple.
we
I
suck.
apologize,
So,
Randolph. I've
Oh,
not
you're
been
doing
simple.
just fine, but yeah, it is a bit. This gets a bit rough and tumble here sometimes.
I need to wrap it up. I need to be a little
No,
bit
it's
calmer.
okay, Jefferson. I agree. Sometimes we need both cops.
Amy is being so great. She's so even
always
keeled.
is.
Like she'll step in, like, "Hey, you know what? I think you're a moron," and she doesn't say that.
So there is a question on the floor. Christian Yellowbone has asked what is the problem with the first argument. So let's the first premise. Sorry, the
Sure,
first premise.
and I could very specifically, we do not think that God is the necessary preconditioning for reasoning, and I don't think that. And the second argument was that I do not think that our faculties. I think that we are able to think rationally. I don't think that's a physical impossibility. And I know that he's trying to quote Hume for that, but I think Hume is trying to quote more of a skepticism that we have subjective experiences and we can't fully trust our subjective experiences, but how we do that is to use science. That's how we get around it.
Absolutely, totally agree, Amy.
You're just kind of like taking it for granted that you can reason.
Did you listen to Amy at all? Did you listen to what Amy said at all?
But we can
Mars,
reason.
did you do that? Did you listen to Amy?
Yeah, I mean, she essentially said like it's an axiom that we can reason and that our minds work or whatever.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did that.
Do you not think we can reason?
Well, the whole point of metalogic is to ask the question, like, how do we know our reasoning, maps onto reality? And what philosophers do nowadays is they just ignore these questions and they just keep doing philosophy.
Hang on. The question you just asked actually is a really good question. So, yeah, why don't we try to wrestle with that?
Yeah, that's the argument I was making, is that without God, you could never answer that question. God's the only thing that can bridge.
No, that's a hell of a how do you get there?
That's what the book says.
What book?
The objective proof of Christianity. That's the that is the crux of the transcendental argument.
I love that you were pointing out the like, hey, I got a
As
book
opposed
right
to
here, and
phenomenal
you like point to a chapter and verse like the book tells me. Oh, P. Mars.
I do feel that P. Mars is asking, Christian Yellowbone is asking sincere questions here. He's obviously put time into reading this book, and he's trying to test the ideas here, and I do appreciate that.
You're welcome. I appreciate you guys having me too.
Yeah, I appreciate P. Mars also. This is awesome.
Is it? I
right.
appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, you reduce yourself to laughing at us and calling us names. I mean, pretty much, like if you had an argument against it,
That's what I'm
I
here
mean, you wouldn't
for.
just keep saying that you wouldn't. Your objection is just saying I just don't accept it, and then you're not even giving justification for it,
Last name is
as if
Spatchcock. I'm here to
we're
troll.
not giving you justification for the argument and explaining it beautifully like you did. So right now, you yourself are not really showing a good faith, or even
I'm not.
As if. Oh yeah. So I mean, I guess that's fair, right?
Well, I'm trying to. I'm not trying to be operating in bad faith, I guess I should say.
Okay.
But when it comes to like P. Mars, I do not like.
Well, then you see now you're doing. See, that's just rude.
Yeah,
that's just rude.
Yeah, but hang on, I'm gonna say this. I don't like P. Mars. He's a troll. He is a porn spamming troll.
Oh. And he hasn't.
There is some history there, that's for sure.
Hasn't been.
Yeah, he's done that.
professional.
He has done that in the past. He porn
You know how
spammed
long
me.
he's been
He
around?
porn spammed my channel.
You know how long
Whoa!
you've been on these platforms?
I'm pretty sure you
You're
did,
in our
man.
space, buddy. We're not in yours.
I've never.
You came into one of my live chats, and it was just a video of. It was a close-up video of a man's dick.
I didn't do that. That's not me.
That wasn't you. Okay.
See,
Well, maybe that wasn't
so
you.
you're gonna automatically. Have you contacted him about it? Or
I
this
would
is the
admit
first time you
if I,
spoke?
but that's not my style, Bart. I don't post porn, right? Like Bart's.
It's
that's not
just
my style.
ridiculous. This is
I've,
just
like,
a
never
ridiculous.
Dude, you
claim
were
that
accused
you're
by
saying.
other people of porn bombing.
Really?
So
Yes.
you're automatically.
Other
Oh,
people
so
accused
no,
you of
no
porn
evidence.
bombing long before I did. Yeah, they
That's
did.
because
No
on Flat
evidence
Earth
on
there's
the
a
claim.
guy that framed me for that. He
Okay.
would join a hangout and then he would
What's
play
with
a
the
clip
laughing,
from my
man?
webcam that he had like saved on his computer, and then he'd play porn right after that. Like it was
Can
obviously
you play?
framing
Can
me.
you be So can you
But
be a little
Flat
more
Earthers
serious here,
can't figure that
Jefferson?
out. So
Yeah, they're almost as bad as the anti-vaxxers.
I don't know. I think we've given the argument, Bart, and they don't want to rebut. So should we just move on to the next person? I don't think we're going anywhere.
I mean, I think you're being very professional, and I still think you're being professional. And right now, he's just trying to attack your. He's trying to
I don't
attack
know why you
you
brought
as
up this
a person
porn.
because he can't attack the argument.
Or you know, P.
And
Mars is not a real
maybe,
Christian, right?
just maybe,
Like he's like a
no.
Hindu
We've
Christian.
been friends. We've been friends for a very long time, buddy.
Have you?
So if you think, so if you think that you've always been in these spaces like we have, we're gonna have a longer reputation than you are. Plus, you're probably not on here as much as we are.
You think I'm reading this book just to like troll you?
Yes.
We gave you the book. We literally gave you the book,
Wow.
Jefferson.
So
you should take into consideration some of these arguments, so that this way you're better equipped instead of just laughing and attacking our.
Why would I listen to any
attacking
of
our
these?
character.
Why would I listen to any of these arguments?
So then, why even be on the stage or critique these sort of arguments? Why are you
Because my
saying
name
you
is
don't care when
Spatchcock.
you're
I am
here?
here. I aim to misbehave.
He's one of the hosts here officially.
Yeah, Randolph brings me in here to do.
So we're not here for serious discussion.
But I give
all good,
serious
man.
discussion. I'll give serious discussion all day long, deep and full throated. You guys are not providing deep discussion. You're not.
Well,
I
I
hate to tell you this, but Barth and P. Mart, you guys are
unfortunate.
not doing that. You guys are trolls, man.
Well,
you guys are
well,
weak.
you're
lame.
Well, you'll hear
Before you
replay,
say it again, I will say. So I'm fine with going over these arguments. I think it makes for better counter apologetics. Thank you. However, the objective truth of Christianity, I would say that Barth, myself, and probably most of the panel, we just disagree with the arguments that he is giving. It would be very hard for us to stomach or believe in the premises.
Indeed. Amy bringing it back to the topic at hand. Exactly. Because
And just to note,
Amy
we
is
do have-
playing the game. She knows how to do it.
And just to note, there are other people in the audience who've been waiting patiently to join us. We'd like to get. Oh, they both just left. Okay.
Thank you, you too. Oh, Tangelo was begging to come up here.
Just a sec. Zold has been waiting for quite a while. Can we talk to Zold first?
All right. I think I'm going to bounce out. I think I'm going to go live with my own thing. Wait.
Thanks,
Zold.
Jefferson. Hey, welcome, Zold. Thanks for joining us. How are you today?
Hello. I'm doing good. How are you all? You've been talking for a long time. Have you drank any water? Have you hydrated yourselves?
Yeah,
I've been hydrating. Yeah.
That's good.
Drinking
No,
my
okay, full disclosure, I am not a theist. I just happen to have like an interesting topic, which was like Gregory was talking about. Like I got a little confused on one of Randolph's views, which I wanted to like clarify here.
Yes, please.
So, like Randolph, you said that for you to believe in God, you would ask him to like give you omnipotence and omniscience for like a fortnight, right? Am I getting that right?
Yes, and I'm just reposting that in the chat right now.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to make sure that I'm not
Basically,
like misrepresenting you.
What I'm saying is what would convince me is if one of the things that would convince me that the Christian God is real is if that Christian God were to grant me omniscience and omnipotence for the period of a fortnight. What I was not asking for is for those powers to be taken away from the God, which I think Gregory seemed to be thinking that was what I was asking for. And I tried to clarify with him a number of times that I was not asking specifically for that.
Yeah, but so the part I'm like confused about is how two different omnipotent beings could possibly exist.
Okay, so I don't see a problem with that. The question I usually put to the theists when they raise that is because that's been raised before, and I think Gregory could have gone there, but he didn't. He instead just kind of did a different approach. It was. See, the question I put to them is, how do they rule out the possibility of there being multiple deities? How do they know it's only one? Why is it not multiple that have the same capabilities and are just working on different things?
And can I interrupt and just add something? It's very easy to me to see how an admin can grant admin rights to another person, and then they fully have the exact same rights.
Exactly.
That's a great example.
Can I ask you guys something? I
But
hate to do
then-
this. This is very disruptive.
Yeah.
Walker has got his hand up. He texted me directly, and he wanted to ask me a question about epistemology. Would you guys mind bringing him up?
We'd love to. We'll just right after Zold. Is that okay?
No, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I guess to like the admin thing, right? Imagine you promoted someone to admin. What happens if they depromote you from admin? Then they're the only one who's an admin. They have all the power.
See, but you're saying, what if they depromote you? But what they are basically saying is that you can't have someone be promoted to admin. There can only be one admin. It is Highlander. There can only be one. Giving the power away somehow gives away my powers.
Actually, there's
like,
also
think about it, right?
context of IRC channels.
That is the problem with
example.
Here's
a real world.
That is the problem with the system that is reality. And there is nothing that I'm aware of in the definition of omnipotence, and the same for omniscience, but for omnipotence we're talking about, that states that there's any kind of limit on it. The whole idea is there is no limit. So that doesn't mean that you'll always be omnipotent. It just means that you currently have this capability of doing absolutely anything you want to do. You have the full power to do it. So if there's two of you,
I agree to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
then
I
Alex
agree
was
to
gonna
that
add something.
insofar as something that's logically possible. Like, for example, you can't have a square circle because those are two different things that can't be the same thing. In the same way, you can't have an impenetrable shield and a spear that penetrates through everything because it's impossible. One of them will have to like win and the other one can't. You can't have a spear that penetrates through an impenetrable shield, and an impenetrable shield that doesn't get doesn't get
Right,
penetrated
it's a
through anything.
paradox.
It's the same way you can't have a square circle. It's a paradox, yeah.
Yeah, what I'm proposing is not a logical paradox, but what you suggested here,
It
you gave a
sounds
great
like one.
logical paradox. I'm sorry, Ix, I interrupted earlier. You were trying to say something, and I was trying to answer.
Oh, I was just trying to say, as long as we're talking about like the hypothetical example of permissions being granted within like an access control system, it's a well-known fact that if you try to take over a channel on a network like IRC where ops can be granted, there's multiple ops. If you happen to get ops and you happen to try to use a command like mass deop, you're automatically removed from ops, right? So it's entirely possible for there to be convoluted strategies by which powers can be granted to
Yeah, but then you aren't omnipotent.
sub-licensors without the sub-licensors being able to usurp the licensor.
Yeah, but so I mean that means you aren't technically omnipotent, right? You don't technically have access to every possible command.
Correct.
Well, I can type the command. It's just that if I try to execute the command,
Yeah,
I am
but you can't
removed.
do it. It doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, the point is I can attempt
so you're
it,
not.
this will fail.
Yeah, but I mean, if that's like saying, oh, I can attempt to lift a truck. I'm just not going to lift the truck.
It's like
doesn't mean I can't lift the truck.
It's like letting you launch the nuclear weapons. It's just that if you launch them, they're deactivated, right? You can push the button. It's just not going to
So
happen.
you can't launch them. That's not the same action. Pushing the button and launching the nuclear weapons are not the same action.
I didn't say they wouldn't
It
launch.
means you
I just
don't
said
have
they
the
would be
ability to.
They would cease to be nukes, right?
Yeah, but like you don't have the ability to launch nuclear weapons then. That is not an ability you have.
Well, you can use the ability. It's just it's revoked after using it.
Yeah, but I mean that's no. If it's revoked after using them, the ability is used. That means that nuclear weapons would be launched, but they aren't. You aren't actually
Well, they were
able
nuclear
to.
until the moment after you launch them, and then they stop being nuclear.
Okay, now that sounds a little off, right? Okay, so assume that I want to launch nuclear weapons and have them land somewhere. I can't go through that whole thing, I assume. I can't do that full sequence of commands that I want to do. That's not an ability I have. It means
You're
I'm not
entitled to
omnipotent.
actions, but you're not entitled to outcomes.
Okay, I don't think that's omnipotence. I mean, maybe we have just very, very, very different definitions, but I don't think that's omnipotence.
The idea is can you have a temporary or limited form of omnipotence? And the ability to do everything except there are going to be some consequences, such as like having omnipotence revoked, is still a form of temporary omnipotence.
Okay, so if I'm getting it right, then Randolph, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Randolph doesn't mean exactly omnipotence, more like omnipotence insofar as doing anything that God allows him to do, or like God doesn't disagree with.
Yeah, it could be
Because
arbitrarily
otherwise
limited in any number of ways without
in
not
some
being
way.
omnipotence. It's just that it's not eternal omnipotence. Like the thing is,
I mean,
when you say you
it's just
don't want
not
all the
omnipotence.
omnis, when you say you don't want all the omnis, and one of the omnis is
Yeah.
something like omnipresence, which is something like eternality, right? Then none of the properties that you're being granted are guaranteed to last forever because you don't last forever, right?
And on top of that, I would say if there was, and some Christians have said to me, what if you do something to God and take away his powers? They understand. And so I said, okay, I'm okay with it being omniscience with a limitation, that I can't interfere with God's power. And that's fine. So I'm willing to do that too. That would be also sufficient for me.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like at least somewhat reasonable. To me, it's just like, oh, you can't have two completely omnipotent beings because one of them it can override another, which means the other person will like not be able to override. Yeah,
I disagree.
It seems
Like,
off, huh?
Amy pointed this out, the administrator access example, which was excellent, because two could have the same powers, the same capabilities, and if one of them interferes with the other, then they're exercising their omnipotence. They're using their power to get rid of the other, or maybe they just don't do that. Who knows? Like it really depends on, I guess, their relationship or their awareness of each other. I can't think of anything that would be a limiting factor to say you can't have two, other than that arbitrary rule being added on that says you can't have two.
And that's why
No,
if I take a mass deop on IRC, it's also within the power of all the other ops to remove me the moment that I try to take all of them out. Right?
No, let me try to like pause it like this. Imagine two people are given omnipotence. One of them creates a command that says my omnipotence can never be revoked. The other one tries to revoke the first one's omnipotence. What happens?
Okay, by instituting such a command, they would be then imposing a limitation on the other's omnipotence. They're already taking it away at that point.
Yeah, it's contradictory.
I mean, yeah, that's why having two omnipotent beings itself would be contradictory, because you won't be able to do that.
You're assuming that, it sounds like you're assuming that there'd be nefarious purposes. I didn't even get into nefarious purposes. I'm just saying.
No, regardless of like
in the example, like Zold, in the example that I gave, which is IRC, there is no power higher on that channel than op, right? So op is omnipotent for the sake of IRC. All the powers that an op has are the same for all the ops, and there are multiple ops, right? If an op issues a command which tries to systematically remove all other ops, the first thing the other ops do is they automatically remove that op. And since they can't simultaneously destroy all the other ops then they're guaranteed to be removed before they can do much damage. And then the ops just fix whatever they fucked up.
And just for our audience benefit, ops is short for operators, and it's
channel
the highest administrative status. IRC is Internet Real-Time Chat or Internet Relay Chat, and it's been around long before the web came about, and it's still a very active technology today, mostly used by developers, like software developers.
So I guess the thing that's like bothering me is that by having multiple different ops or multiple different omnipotent beings, you create a thing that an omnipotent being can do, right? An omnipotent being can't interfere with a different omnipotent being's omnipotence. I
wasn't asking for that.
Is like the idea.
They actually can. They can interfere with like one of them, right? But the idea is that there's multiple. So I can deop like one person, right? But then other people are going to react. But if I try to deop everybody, if I deop multiple people in a row, I automatically get taken out by the other people before I can do more than one. I think it's like two.
I understand that in an IRC, but I don't think that's what we're like specifically talking about. There's like minute differences that make it so like two omnipotent beings and two ops on an IRC are just different. Right? They're good like analogy, but they're not exactly
the same.
There's
no contradiction. There's no highest God. It's just that if any one God tries to take out all the other gods, they just get taken out instead.
Yeah, but that means that there's a thing that, an omnipotent being can't do.
They can attempt it, they'll just fail.
Yeah, but if it fails, it means they couldn't do it.
Yeah, but you're not entitled to an outcome. You're only entitled to actions or powers, right? Like it sounds like what you think. Right? Because it sounds like what you think is the only definition of omnipotence is like the ability to just dictate like the state of the universe or the outcome of all things exactly as you wish. And yes, that power is contradictory if everyone has it, right? Unless there's an automatic mechanism by which anyone exercising it can be checked by the others since they all have it, which is an example that we have with IRC.
Yeah, but like think about it like this, right? If you say that it's like omnipotence, I think necessarily means that they dictate the outcome of something. Because if it's just like the ability to attempt something, I can do that right now. I don't need to be omnipotent. I can try to fly. I'm not going to fly.
Try this, Zold. Okay, imagine the nuclear keys on a submarine. Okay, and there are three keys. Let's say it's the weapons officer, the captain, and the second officer or whatever, right? And if all three keys are not present, no nuke, no launch, right? Now it's true that all three of those men have the power to launch nukes, right? And maybe in principle they agree that the captain, unless they're decommissioned, should make the command or whatever, and the other two should follow orders and go with it. But the idea is that just like with removing ops, if any op tries to remove ops that the other ops don't agree should be removed, then that op gets removed. If any one of the crew tries to launch nukes the others don't agree to, they're violating the other's omnipower, right? So they all have the power to destroy, a city, but they have to agree on it, because if they exercise it without agreeing on it, then there's a contradiction.
But that's a limitation on their powers, because they have to it has to be cooperative in that case.
It's really no weirder than like Christians believing in the triune God, because Christians believe in a triune God. They believe like God, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, right? And so they're already believing.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I think they believe all those three are like one consciousness, if I'm not mistaken.
Depends on the denomination.
Yeah, there's a bajillion different Christologies about what they think that means, right? But generally speaking, they think that it's possible for there to be three essences in one person or three persons in one essence, depending on which day of the week or which Christian you ask. Point is, I could just stipulate that the way that the omnipowers work is that anyone who has them is a part of the omnipower system, in the same sense that the triune God can be, in three places at once, but still be unified. I can say there is just one omnipower. It's just it appears as though it's divided by three.
Yeah, but
I could just cut Randolph into the deal temporarily, and then when this time expires, he's out.
Again, that I think that just means it's not true omnipotence, right? I'm trying to define omnipotence here, and it's like if it's
was Jesus omnipotent?
For that I think you're just straying away from the topic, man. I don't know.
The objection I have to that, so to say it's true omnipotence, there could be two or more that are truly omnipotent, and that would be fine. But to say that because there's others, then that's not valid, that's an additional requirement that's been stacked onto it. That's just not part of what omnipotence is.
Okay, so what do you mean by true omnipotence? Define true omnipotence for me, Randall.
Well, you brought up the term true omnipotence. Well, I'm basically meaning fully omnipotent. Omnipotent means it's redundant to say fully omnipotent, but omnipotence means you're all powerful. You can do anything with your powers.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you have
so what's the problem with having two or more deities with all these powers? If one can
what
have
happens if they contradict each other?
So something happens. It's irrelevant. It's a non sequitur.
What do you mean? If it's possible to create a paradox by having two all-powerful beings,
not a paradox.
And both of them.
But that's
I'm
not
saying
a paradox.
If both of them, Abe, listen, bro. If I'm saying like if both of them decide to do something that contradicts each other, creates a paradox.
Sure. So does having omniscience and omnipotence at the same time.
What? How? What are you talking about?
So if an omnipotent being knows that,
I don't know why I asked how.
Okay,
like again, if it creates a paradox,
I'm trying to answer your question.
Possible, right?
I'm trying to answer your question. So if an omniscient and omnipotent being knows that tomorrow there's going to be snow in my neighborhood, and right after midnight, right after all balls, it decides that it's going to change the weather to rain or sunshine, and does that using its omnipotence, it has then therefore invalidated its omniscience from the day before. Therein lies the paradox.
No.
So yes,
it would know
with
that
these things they can create these paradoxes, but these are to me these are imaginary powers.
I disagree. If it's omniscient, it would know that it's going to change the weather to rain, right?
Did you just hear what I said?
I suppose it's like possible for an omnipotent being to be like, oh, I am going to
let me do this.
Willingly
let me explain it again. Okay. What I said was this omniscient and omnipotent being knows that tomorrow my neighborhood's going to be snowy weather.
Okay.
Tomorrow rolls along. They decide to use their omnipotence to change the weather, therefore invalidating their omniscience, what they knew the day before, as being correct. It's now incorrect. They have then rendered that invalid, and so therein lies the paradox.
Well, I think that's a paradox. That wouldn't be possible, right?
Right. That's why it's a paradox.
Well, then that wouldn't be possible. Yeah, I guess fair enough, sure. But again, I think the same lies with like two omnipotent beings. Then you can't have two omnipotent beings.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go.
And
simple enough. I'm not arguing as a theist. I'm not a theist. I just wanted to argue that you can't have
that's no problem.
Beings. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm basically I don't have a problem with there being two different omnipotent beings, but I do recognize that yes, there could be a paradoxical situation arising from them both being omnipotent.
Yeah, I suppose so. I think it's necessary that if there are two omnipotent beings, it's impossible for them to contradict each other. For there
then
to not
they can't be omnipotent.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't have two omnipotent beings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, I'm good. That's my piece.
Yeah. And at any rate, as I did clarify, if there was supposed to be some kind of rule, some limit imposed on receiving omnipotence, that I can't interfere with God's powers, then God having those powers, I'm okay with that, because that would still give me what I need to verify that all of this stuff is real. I don't need to take away God's power to do that.
That's fair.
No, thanks for pushing the question. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Anytime, man.
It was good talking with you. We're just going to bring up Walker next because he has a question. Walker, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. You and Jefferson Spatchcock know each other, apparently.
Well, he was talking about a subject I've actually had a question on concerning both the apologetics he was facing from the presuppositionalists plus just basic epistemology. And so I was trying to figure out exactly what the right answer was. And I thought maybe it'd be edifying for everybody if my question got answered.
Sure, feel free. I just sent a note to Jefferson Spatchcock to let him know that you're here in case he's not monitoring.
Okay, well, I have no problem repeating it. When I was deconverting, one of the things that I was trying to do was understand sort of the philosophical origins of some of the apologetics that I had been taught to regurgitate. And I was first confronted with something called the Agrippa trilemma or Munchausen trilemma. And I understand that some people may think that there's more than 3 options there, but for the sake of the discussion, is it okay if we just accept that the trilemma has these 3 foundational points for epistemology?
Do you have a problem with Hack's crossword analogy for not having a sacred starting point and creating a web that is deductive ultimately?
No, I actually really like her stuff, and I think that it's possible that you could combine all 3 of them. And I've actually had a personal conversation with her about the option of being able to include infinitism into her model as well.
Cool. Okay, so what did you want to talk about with regards to the 3 original options? I mean, there's also the original trilemma is not even a trilemma. He had like 4 or 5.
Yeah, there was like 5 or 6, wasn't there? Yeah.
Yeah.
But just for the sake of keeping the discussion from going too far into the weeds, I'll stick with the main 3 of the trilemma. And so if I come to you and I say that I'm making some sort of foundational claim, some axiomatic claim, some claim that can't be reduced further without becoming absurd in some way, then I'm a foundationalist, correct? I have not misunderstood something?
If you think you have a single starting point, you're a foundationalist.
Okay, and so if I start to then create an epistemological web, even if I include that first point, all I've done is make coherentism. I'm still using a combination of coherentism for most of the claims about reality, but there's this one foundational claim I'm making about myself, which is included in the group. And so if you are not trying to go down the path of coherentism, if you're trying to just stick with the differences between a foundational epistemology and a coherent epistemology, then if someone comes to me and says, I want you to do an internal critique of my theology, and all I'm really expected to do at that point is address the internal consistency in the coherentist way of what they're saying. Even if it means, for the sake of the argument, I steelman their position and I accept, say, God exists in that, and I completely acknowledge that under their worldview, God is the reason why there's intelligibility. But that's still just an internal critique of their worldview. It's not actually relevant to the real world, which, if I understand correctly, is why foundationalism is important in some fashion. Because you are making a claim that, well, in theology, there's a good example. Theology, there's a differentiation made between theism and deism in the fact that some deistic models don't even include that the first cause has agency. There are non-agent deistic first cause arguments. But then when someone tries to claim that this first cause has a name and an intent that is interacting with the universe, it's that claim of interaction that then crosses from deism to theism, which is why in philosophy it's so difficult to ever bridge that gap between deism and theism. And as far as I'm aware, no one has ever successfully bridged the gap between the two.
Yes.
So if someone is asking a question about to me to do an internal critique of their system, and yet they're making foundational claims about reality, about the nature of reality, then they've deviated from an internal critique just by the question they're asking. and they're actually doing a bait and switch. They're making a comment that only really applies as an axiomatic starting point, and then asking me to do an internal critique on the rest of their system, which is where I think presups. That's the main level of dishonesty involved in the argument, is that they've just been taught to think that they're not making a mistake that they are.
That's a good point. I like that. Also, Walker, I'm sorry, I was a little bit late. I stepped away for a little bit, but you had texted me directly and said that you had an epistemology question for me specifically. So I'm here now. Did you already ask that to the audience, or do you
Kind of a little. It was mostly just me expounding on what I just finished, is that if I'm engaged in an internal critique of someone's worldview, as was posted by what's-his-face, then I can engage in that as long as I'm keeping in mind sort of the visual philosophy of what's going on. That I'm engaged in looking at all the different nodes of this coherent web that they've constructed.
Yep.
And I can say, sure, yeah, if you accept that node, then that node's connected to this node, and that these nodes support this node, and all of these nodes web together in a coherent web of epistemology. Well done. Bravo, bravo, bravo. But the moment any one of those nodes is making a claim about reality, then it's no longer a matter of coherentism that's in play. Because if it's about reality, it's not about me. It's mind independent of me. It's something everyone anywhere at any time can go and take a look at, because it's not dependent on me. So it's not a node in a coherent web. If they're saying, for example, a God exists, then that's a foundational claim. Especially if they're then claiming that their God is a named God, a specific God with certain qualities and characteristics, and has the interaction problem that differentiates deism from theism. It's an interactive God.
Right.
So for me, in my understanding of epistemology, if you're making a claim about an interactive God, I would expect the evidence to back up the claim of interaction, if nothing else. Or else you're just referring to some sort of deistic model that isn't really educated.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's sort of my problem with it too. Yeah, is that like anytime that somebody tries to bring this kind of thing up, it's just like, look, you want to bring this stuff up, it's gonna butt up with the limitations of human reasoning. It's always going to do that.
Yeah, not that the Kant guy, he was talking to you about that. Or was it? No, he was talking about Hume, about how Hume was like, everything breaks down to skepticism, as though that wasn't the point.
Exactly.
You're supposed to be doing that if you want to claim the title of intellectual honesty.
Right.
Because the whole point is that I don't have to prove that I exist. I can't possibly not exist. But there are certain things that are included in the description of when I say I exist, like certain sensations, certain things are going on. I'm engaged in the process of actively analyzing the current state of things.
Yep.
And so I'm not trying to address where they came from, because that's not relevant as far as the question of, is it true that they exist?
Exactly. I think you got a good handle on it. I like your take on it. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to figure out, because when I was a theist, I was pretty hardcore into what I then learned was called presuppositionalism. I didn't know that word until I deconverted was even a thing. It was just, these were the arguments that we were given. They were completely circular in nature, which is the argument a foundationalist makes against a coherentist, is that on some level your argument is circular. And but yeah, that seemed to be the case. And the only way I could find to break the ultimate barrier there was, tell me how your God is interacting with reality. To qualify you as being a theist, you're claiming your God interacts with reality in some fashion.
Yeah, I think that's
so.
key.
And there's a principle you might want to look up. It's called Locard's forensic principle. It's what we use in forensic analysis. Yeah. And it's very simple. It's all contact leads trace, all trace leads to contact. Yep. So if you're claiming a God interacts with the universe. If you claim to be atheist, there's something about your God belief that your God is interacting with the universe in some way.
Right.
That's an evidential claim.
Right.
Because if you're claiming contact, I should have trace evidence of that contact.
Exactly.
And so present me trace evidence. Everyone who wants to know what evidence a theist or an atheist is looking for, I am looking for the trace evidence equal to the claim of interaction that you are making. That is, at the very least, the one that's inherent to your claim of being a theist.
Oh, Tangelo is the perfect person for that.
He likes to make foundational claims about reality.
Angelo, Walker, fight.
No, Tangelo makes empirically false claims about evolution and science.
He
It's
does.
much more fun to talk to than the others.
Walker, I want to say this because I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to do a live show. Great to hear from you. Thank you for reaching out to me on Discord. Yeah, very insightful stuff. Thank you for showing up here. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for your input. This stuff is not simple, and you can get lost in the weeds pretty quick. But
it's easy. Yeah, it's easy.
I try to keep. I'm a weird little visual thinker in that regards, and I think you can draw these. I think you can draw epistemology into pictures if you really want to break down to it. And sometimes, with some conversations I'm having, I really want to start drawing pictures for people.
Yep, definitely. I am gonna miss. I'm gonna talk to Tangelo, but he showed up on my show a couple weeks ago. So, but I'm going to get out of here.
Oh, interesting.
Thank you, Randolph. Thank you for having me on here. Amy, always, you're a goddess. Good to have you in. Taco, salute.
Jefferson, you are always welcome
so
here.
I'm okay with that.
First Sunday of every month, you're always welcome here.
Thank you guys
Right.
for doing this.
Always a gentleman.
This is always fun. I'm sorry that I was kind of a dick to some people in here.
You were entertaining.
It was actually kind of warranted for one of them.
Gregory pissed me off. I'm sorry, guys.
Gregory, yeah, that was an interesting.
Gregory got me good and pissed. Sorry, is Gregory?
Yeah, Gregory. That's the name he uses. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like him. I don't.
Stop
like
carping. Stop carping, Jefferson. Stop carping.
Oh, stop carping. Oh, stop carping. Yeah, I will. I'll do that. IX. Okay. All right. Well, have fun with that.
I'll stop carping when they stop floundering.
Carping is the word of the day.
That's right.
By the way, Walker, I found a science article about Locard's exchange principle, and so I've shared the links all over the place.
This is why we can catch you if you break the law.
See you later, everybody.
Take care. Thanks, Jefferson.
What have you got for us, Angelo?
Thank you, Walker.
Well, I just heard that I'm making false claims about evolution. Can you point out anything that I said that you think?
Yeah.
Sorry, Otangelo, could you turn up your volume? Your mic is coming through very low.
Yeah, why don't you make a claim today, and we'll see if it's false or not.
I just can speak closer to the microphone.
Oh, that's so much better. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, so someone said that I make false claims about evolution. Can you give an example?
Yeah, so every single time we've ever spoken, I've never let you live down that you claim that clay cannot synthesize long polymer chains. And you brought up like bogus objections. I gave you copious evidence your objections are bogus. I showed that the evidence for polymerization in clay substrates is not limited to a single test or a small number of tests in cherry-picked clays, that there are many different examples of this, and that there are clays that produce much longer polymer chains that occur in nature commonly, which have been tested, for example. So you've still yet to make a single meaningful claim to refute anything about clay polymerization. And I'm still waiting for you to produce that or show any evidence that you've actually read the literature on it.
Yeah, so first of all, the question of RNA polymerization is not an issue that regards evolution, but the origin of life. These are two different problems. That's the first point. Secondly, what I said, and I simply cited a paper which elucidated that the clay used in these experiments was a very special purified clay, which isn't simply extant on Earth anywhere. And therefore, it is a completely made up scenario to try to make up a point.
And there were myriad other experiments with myriad different types of clays, which showed that much longer polymer chains occurred naturally in commonly available clays that are not in any way cherry-picked. So your familiarity with the literature was limited to one paper that you cherry-picked that you think refuted this whole class of experiments, when in fact there was already abundant experiments that that paper didn't deal with and was obsoleted by.
Okay, so I've not read these other papers that you're talking about, but I
said
give
them
you
to
that.
you. Why haven't you read them?
Okay, no, I give you that. Okay, you
Look in our
can
message
do.
history. You can find these papers.
Okay, fine. So I give you that it is possible to have prebiotically the synthesis naturally of long polymer chains of RNA. Okay, so where you go from that starting point?
Well, once you have a protocell with lipids, which are abundantly occurring, once you have spontaneous polymerization of random chains, all you need is for one of those random chains to be some kind of proto-replicase. And a proto-replicase can bootstrap the beginning of life by being the first replicator contained within the lipid membrane.
So if it is so easy as you are just claiming, why has no prebiotic experiment by any lab that works with this brought up an experiment which has successfully done this, which are saying, and why is science still struggling after 70 years even to make the basic building blocks naturally?
Well, it's very simple. Look, we know that based on the estimate of how long the first time took, that it took several billion years for the first such polymer to replicate to sufficient mass to leave a signature of bio evidence, right? We find that the prediction about where this must have occurred, being most likely around thermal vents, led scientists to discover the oldest common living ancestor life forms, right? The very oldest forms of like archaea on the Earth, their remains are at these vents where these polymerization protolipid cells were most likely to have occurred in the greatest frequency with the most energy. And that is a prediction which generated a result which was confirmed. We would not expect to be able to do 3 billion years of evolution in a laboratory.
Okay, so first of all, the origin of life based on a naturalistic timeline didn't have a time window of several billion years, but supposedly maximum about 200 million years. First of that. Secondly, you have no natural selection on a prebiotic Earth to join the 4 basic building blocks together at one site, purify them, and then permit them that they start interacting. So
Can you cite evidence for this 200 million year claim? Why do you think that it would happen in 200 million years instead of several billion?
Well, I am relying on scientific papers. I mean, I would have to search now. That would take some time. No, I mean, we know that supposedly life started about 3.8 billion years ago. And if the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and there was supposedly a heavy bombardment of meteorites and so forth, I've read somewhere that the time window would be about this, about 200 million years. So you don't have several billion years. But I mean, it's irrelevant to the argument. What I am asking you is this. You have basically an unlimited number of molecules, totally stochastic and chaotic in totally hostile environment. And you have 4 specific complex macromolecules which are needed to start life. How do you select those from those which are not necessary to start the interactions which then eventually would give rise to DNA, RNA, amino acids, phospholipids, and carbohydrates?
So first of all, like you just admitted that it's 1.2 billion years of opportunity for life to have begun, not 200 million or whatever. Maybe you have some claim about asteroids that somehow is going to narrow it down. But we have a 1.2 billion year window in which life somehow bootstrapped. And then the second question is, like, what's the specific pathway by which the first replicase was able to bootstrap? The answer is we don't know. There's multiple plausible scenarios. There's multiple protocell experiments where people are working that out. We don't really have to know, and we may never know. It's a very long time ago, and the evidence is not available, right? So all we can do is try to reverse engineer and reproduce what were the most plausible pathways for it. I've read a lot of papers. It's honestly like way more technical than I can remember all of them for, but I don't see what the problem is.
Well, I just mentioned one of the very basic problems which makes basically all abiogenesis scenarios impossible, which is the fact that there was no natural selection to sort out those molecules, macromolecules, which are necessary for life from those which are not. And
Why don't you
second,
cite a
you have
paper?
no, and
So you're just
you
making
have,
a claim. Petrangelo, can you
it's
give us
not
an actual
that,
paper?
no, it's not that, well, I can quote you here, even from Rational Wiki. Give me just a second.
Yeah, sure. Give us a source for the claim that it's not possible for abiogenesis to occur because there's no natural selection.
Okay, from Rational Wiki, often brought up in the origins debate is how evolution does not explain the origin of life. Let's get something abundantly clear. Abiogenesis and evolution are two completely different things. The theory of evolution says absolutely nothing about the origin of life. It merely describes the process that takes place once life started. And Kuhn 2012, the emergence of the first replicator system, which represented the Darwinian breakthrough, was inevitably preceded by a succession, complex, difficult steps for which biological evolutionary mechanisms were not accessible. The Logic of Chance, the Nature and Origin of Biological Evolution, book from him from 2012. Then there's another one, and the Pross 2012, Darwinian theory is a biological theory and therefore details with biological systems, whereas the origin of life problem is a chemical problem, and chemical problems are best solved with chemical and physical theories. Attempting to explain chemical phenomena with biological concepts is methodologically problematic. I can go on and on. So basically—
But who's doing that? The whole point is that phospholipid membranes properties are well understood now. They spontaneously occur and they provide the necessary membrane for a Markov blanket between energy on the inside and energy on the outside to be consumed for the reactant replicated elements on the inside to be preserved and so on, right? So all we have to appeal to is that if you have a phospholipid barrier and you have randomly generated replicases, eventually successful replicases are going to be able to proliferate. There's literally no claim here that requires some like natural selection explanation.
Well, the thing is, first of all, that you need the phospholipid head, which is made of glycerol, homochiral. It has to be right-handed. Or eventually, when it is about archaea, it is left-handed. And they have all to be in the same handedness, or you cannot have a cell membrane. The second thing is that cell membranes—
We're not talking about cell membranes, we're talking about protocell membranes.
Delicate.
Phospholipids do not need to work the same as modern cell membranes, potentially. So just retract that claim.
Well, the thing is that all prokaryotic phospholipid membranes, they have the glycerol head left-handed. And
you're just making claims about modern cells. That's irrelevant to the protocell. We don't know how you go from a protocell to the particular types of cells we have today, right? We're just saying that abiogenesis doesn't require the things that modern cells do because the phospholipid membrane spontaneously forms from lipids. They're self-organizing. If you have a liquid and it has lipids in it, it forms protocell membranes.
Well, the problem with this is that these membranes, they are very delicate. I can read here, lipids that provide tidy compartments under the close supervision of a graduate student supporting a protocell first model of origins are quite non-robust with respect to small environmental perturbations, such as change in the salt concentration, the introduction of organic solvents, or a change in temperature. That means they would dissolve very rapidly and easily, which is a huge problem.
Well, then it's a good thing that they spontaneously generate and that there's an infinite supply of them, right? Because it's okay if some of them die. It's okay if some of them break. It's okay if some of their contents are spilled. All we need is 1.2 billion years and a random generator to generate infinite combinations until one of them manages to develop in a way that's more robust. So, Otangelo, the question is just this. If you have to grant that the plausible pathway for abiogenesis has been established, and all you can complain about is that, well, it would have been tough and, well, modern cells are different, then why don't you just give up on this creationist thing, or at least the anti-abiogenesis arguments, and just stick to your anti-evolution arguments or something? Why don't you just concede that abiogenesis is plausible according to scientists, and the arguments don't hold water that you're making?
Well,
hold water,
I
pun
can.
not intended, by the way,
So,
but yeah,
so
protocells
why
hold
should
water.
I take your
Yours
word?
doesn't.
So why should I take your word over actually origin of life investigators and scientists like Eugene Koonin? He wrote, despite many interesting results to its credit, when judged by the straightforward criterion of reaching or even approaching the ultimate goal, the origin of life field is a failure. We still do not have even a plausible, coherent model, let alone a validated scenario for the emergence of life on Earth. Certainly, this is due not to the lack of experimental or theoretical effort, but the extraordinary intrinsic difficulty and complexity of the problem. A succession of exceedingly unlikely steps is essential for the origin of life, from the synthesis and accumulation of nucleotides to the origin of translation. Through the multiplication of probabilities, these make the final outcome seem almost like a miracle. So I have many other quotes.
So shitty scientists make shitty God of the gaps argument. What's your point? Do you have like an actually meaningful consensus of scientists that don't think abiogenesis is plausible?
Well,
you
the
don't.
consensus is that science doesn't have even a plausible
We do have plausible pathways.
Well,
It's
I
the
just showed you,
consensus
like,
of the field of abiogenesis. But there are multiple plausible pathways. The debate is which of them is more likely than the other, not whether there is any plausible pathway.
But I can give you tons of other quotes of scientists which work
It's
in
great
the field.
that you can pick some scientists who are like crying about spilt milk because it takes 1.2 billion years to reproduce experiments, so we have to do conjecture and reverse engineering. It's tough, right? However, the consensus of the field is we've made massive progress by understanding protocells, by understanding polymerization, by understanding how this stuff works. We have plausible pathways. The field is no longer skeptical about abiogenesis, other than these like, well, shall we say, sour grape scientists that you want to cite. So why don't you just move on to your anti-evolution arguments? Just concede that you can't do anything about the plausibility of abiogenesis anymore, and go on to saying that the flagellum motor or some other nonsense is a miracle.
Well, the thing is that time is not on your side. It's actually an enemy of naturalistic explanations. And that quote here from, for example, Stephen Banner, which is also a very well-known origin of life investigator. And he writes in Paradoxes in the Origin of Life, an enormous amount of empirical data have established as a rule that organic systems given energy and left to themselves devolve to give useless complex mixtures, asphalts. The literature reports to our knowledge 0 confirmed observations where evolution emerged spontaneously from a devolving chemical system. It is impossible for any non-living chemical system to escape evolution to enter into the Darwinian world.
So Tangelo, if you're going to read another quote by another skeptic who just doesn't believe in abiogenesis or evolution, I think I'm going to puke. Why don't you actually make an argument for why you think abiogenesis is not plausible, since every argument you've made so far has been trash?
Well, you are just ignoring the evidence which is on the contrary. And I am not making a God of the gaps argument as you just accused me. I'm making
no, the person you quoted made a God of the gaps argument, because the person you quoted was the trash.
Okay. I am making an argument of eliminative induction. In 70 years, science has not been come even a bit closer to explain how a life could have emerged from random chemicals. And therefore, if we have 2 options, one where intelligence was involved and the other where intelligence was not involved, and the option where intelligence was not involved is a failure, then automatically the other option becomes more plausible, even if we don't have and know the details how an intelligent creator eventually did it. That is my argument. That's not the God of the gaps argument. And furthermore, what I am saying, we know that intelligence makes factories. We know that intelligence makes information codes, it makes machines, it makes production lines, it makes energy turbines. So I can logically infer that if we as intelligent beings are able to make such things, and we have never experienced or observed or shown scientifically that non-intelligent mechanisms can do such things, I am warranted with a positive argument and not with the God of the gaps argument that an intelligent creator is a more plausible and case adequate explanation for the origin of all these things rather than unguided random events.
Ix, I know you have an answer, but I want to respond after.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, well, just very specifically, I know it's a claim to say that science hasn't had an answer to this for hundreds of years, but then if religion hasn't been able to answer us an offer for this for thousands of years, shouldn't that say something worse? Shouldn't we say we shouldn't accept God because they've had thousands of years to provide good evidence for why a God exists, yet they have never been able to provide one?
Louis Pasteur, he said a little bit science brings us more distant from God, but more of it brings us closer to him. And the answer of the Bible is God created life. And science is confirming that precisely by these arguments which I just provided, because science has failed to provide a naturalistic explanation. Therefore, the intelligent design explanation is the more case adequate one, and it converts with religious biblical claims.
Well,
The first claim
is
false. The first claim is just false. Saying that it has failed to produce an explanation is just false, right? You're just relying on cherry-picked idiots who conclude that after looking at a field where they don't understand or don't appreciate the significance of the discoveries, right? The actual progress in the field is that we now understand where protocells come from. We now understand where the building blocks come from. We now understand how polymerization of the first replicase is possible and even almost inevitable. And so all we have are all the ingredients that all get assembled given enough time. And we made the prediction that we would find around geothermal vents, the very first examples of that. And guess what? It turns out that this research program generates predictions which check out. We do find the oldest living fossils around the vents. We do find that the prediction that since that's where the protocells would have most abundantly formed in the early life scenario for the Earth, that is what we would find, and we predicted that and we got it. So abiogenesis has been massively successful in providing multiple plausible pathways. The claim that it's just not able to provide an explanation is literally just a claim. So your argument is make a claim in denial of the consensus of the field and then assert that there is no such answer or explanation that you accept. Therefore, you conclude that your magic God is the explanation.
Yeah, there is no consensus that abiogenesis is a plausible scenario. And if you don't have RNA and DNA, you cannot have life because all life forms use RNA and DNA. And I can cite you Kenji Ikehara from 2016. He says nucleotides have not been produced from simple inorganic compounds through prebiotic means and have not been detected in any meteorites, although a small quantity of nucleobases can be obtained. It's quite difficult or most likely impossible to synthesize nucleotides and RNA through prebiotic means. It must also be impossible to self-replicate RNA with catalytic activity on the same RNA molecule. It would be impossible to explain the formation process of genetic information according to the RNA world hypothesis because the information is comprised of triplet codon sequence, which would never be stochastically produced by joining of mononucleotides one by one. The formation process of the first genetic code cannot be explained by the hypothesis either because a genetic code composed of around 60 codons must be prepared to synthesize proteins from the beginning. It is also impossible to transfer catalytic activity from a folded RNA ribozyme to a protein with tertiary structure. Have you counted how many times this author of this peer-reviewed science paper is saying that it is impossible to synthesize RNA and DNA prebiotically. You live in a fantasy world and you make fantasy claims because science has no clue whatsoever. And I come back to my first argument. There was no evolution, there was no chemical evolution, there was no natural selection. And you need to select the ribose, you need to select the base, you need to select phosphorus, you need to have the right base based on billions of possible alternatives which are not useful for life. You need right-handed ribose, which is also very unstable. And there is no prebiotic mechanism to make it homochiral. You have problems and problems and problems. You live just in a fantasy world.
So we have multiple papers exploring and conjecturing about what the chemistry is for creating nucleotides, saying that there's no progress in that field is a joke. The claim that if there's something about a modern cell, we have to explain all of that before we can understand how cells began is just contradicting your earlier claim that abiogenesis is not about natural selection explanations. It's about chemistry explanations prior to that, right? So you can't bring up, oh, abiogenesis is false because how did this thing evolve in like later cells, right? You don't need to explain that to explain how the first protocell begins. You can't deny that the first protocell beginning is plausible according to abiogenesis claims about protocells and clay synthesis. So once again, you are just claiming that scientists are living in a fantasy world for being quite optimistic and bullish about protocell synthesis being the origin of life.
I'd also like to ask how God made the first codon.
Through his power and his intelligence. But to answer the previous one, what
That's
you
an
actually are demonstrating is a naturalism of the gaps argument. You are saying, well, science doesn't know how things emerged naturally, but we are quite positive. There is consensus. We are bold about this scenario. Sometimes in the future, science will know, and when it knows, it will be a naturalistic explanation.
Nice try, Angela. You literally said earlier, you quoted papers trying to make an important distinction between naturalist explanations for abiogenesis and natural selection explanations for later development. And then you went back on it and you tried to bring up the evolution of specific features as an argument against abiogenesis, which doesn't work because if abiogenesis didn't involve ribosomes, then that's a completely specious argument. You're just bringing up irrelevant shit again. Why don't you stop equivocating between abiogenesis arguments and natural selection arguments and just pick one and be consistent?
Well, the thing is that abiogenesis is about the quest of the origin of life. And there is no life form which doesn't use the ribosome. The ribosome, in fact, is the most complex protein complex. It has 1.4 million atoms. It has more than 50 proteins. It has 3 ribonucleotide parts.
So just to be clear, are you conceding abiogenesis and changing the subject to natural selection now? Is that what you're doing?
No, what I am saying that you have no explanation whatsoever in regards of the first living cell could have emerged prebiotically. That's what I am saying.
Can I just
an argument about modern day cells does not hold any water about protocells. So protocells are a simpler replicase that doesn't involve ribosomes. It's just an irrelevant argument. So are you conceding that abiogenesis happened and then you want to talk about the natural selection of modern cells? Is that what you want to talk about? Sorry, if you had another question, Amy, just after him, I want to hear him respond. Like, is he conceding abiogenesis and switching to natural selection of modern cells, or does he want to actually stick to abiogenesis?
And I guess while he's not answering, I just want to point out something being complex is not a sign of it being created or made by intelligence. And so how complex a cell is does not in any way put for against a creator.
Yeah, Amy, we are talking about 2 different kinds of complexity. One is specified complexity, which is basically that instructional information like a blueprint, which instructs how to make a machine or a turbine or a chemical factory. These kind of instructions, we know that intelligence is capable of making them. I'm a machine designer by profession. I know how to make them using my intelligence, while we have never observed that random unguided events can produce this kind of information which is stored in DNA in the natural world.
Well, hold on. Before
you conceded the abiogenesis point, then you just switched to natural selection. Is that what you want to do with Angela?
Hold on.
Well, I want to split out two things here because blueprints very specifically. So those things only come from either humans or from, as far as we can tell, creations come from animals. And then, as far as we can tell, DNA arose naturally. And so you're trying to say why it would come from a creator. I still don't know why, because it wouldn't be about complexity. There's nothing within our genes that looks like the same type of code that we would expect within Java or JavaScript.
Well, among 13 characteristics of human languages, according to a science paper that I can cite, 10 of these characteristics are in regards of the genetic code. And the genetic code is kind of a translation program where you translate 64 codons to 20 amino acids. There is a relation and an assignment of meaning. We have never observed that assignment of meanings can come from non-intelligent sources. So what is your point, Amy?
Sure, it's not an assignment of meaning, they're just chemical reactions. I also want to bring you back to codons that you said. You said that how God created, can I just finish the thing? How God created the first proton or codon was through power and intelligence. But that's not really answering the question. I would actually want to focus that. How did God create the first codon?
Well, what is the function of the genetic code, Amy?
The function of the genetic code to be like passing down genes.
No. No, you don't know what the function is of the genetic
So
code.
why don't you answer Amy's question instead of playing quiz show? If you're not going to answer Amy's question,
well,
then
because
stop being rude. How did God create the first codon, Angelo? Just answer the question.
Well, I said it through his intelligence and his power.
Sure, but then we can just say, how did evolution happen? Through power and nature. There was a chemical, not only were there chemical reactions, but the sun was pressing in energy on us consistently. And through that and within the chemical processes, life arose.
Okay, I make the claim that farting pixies farted and created the universe. How is my claim more informative, or has it more value than just the baseless claim that you made, Amy?
Sure, because mine is based on empirical evidence and farting pixies sounds more like a god.
Okay, where is your evidence that the DNA can emerge naturally?
That would be the foundation and the entire field of abiogenesis.
Yeah, it has never been demonstrated that the genetic code can emerge by natural means. Actually, I can cite you here precisely about the genetic code. Let me give you here a code quickly.
So, Angela, you already conceded that abiogenesis is plausible given that clay auto-synthesizes random polymerized chains. You aren't actually familiar with the literature on that field, and you claim to have a reputation of it when you weren't even familiar with it.
Okay,
so
Amy,
what is difficult to understand about a random polymerized chain eventually being a replicase when you have a couple billion years of time for those chains to be generated?
Okay, Amy, let me read here
Can you answer my
from a
question,
science
Angela?
paper from 2012. In our opinion,
Otangelo, can you please answer IX's question?
Because you're just still saying irrelevant stuff, and as though like we never had a conversation earlier where you conceded that this is plausible and you didn't know very much about it.
And then I was going to get up to the Miller-Urey experiments after that.
Okay, Amy, you made a false claim, which I just want to refute here. And I would quote, in our opinion, despite extensive and in many cases elaborate attempts to model code optimization, ingenious theorizing along the lines of the coevolution theory and considerable experimentation, very little definitive progress has been made. Summarizing the state of the art in the study of the code evolution, we cannot escape considerable skepticism. It seems that the two-pronged fundamental question, why is the genetic code the way it is, and how did it come to be, that was asked over 50 years ago at the dawn of molecular biology, remains pertinent even in another 50 years. Our consolidation is that we cannot think of a more fundamental problem in biology. So I am using science and I am making scientific arguments, while you, Amy, you make shitty, non-based arguments, just pulling them up from your
Sure, but before we go on, can we just agree that when we asked for an answer how God made codons, or even just genetics in general, you did just say power and intelligence, which, if I may so, is just pulling things from your butt.
No, it is not, because we know that intelligence can do genetic code, can make codes, can make languages, can make factories, can make machines, can make chemical factories, can make turbines, while non-intelligent mechanisms cannot. So we have scientific empirical evidence that leads to creator. You are empty-handed and you are just self-delusional, Amy.
Sure, from that we can actually say only creators that we know of are animals, and we have no reason to believe that a god would be a creator or that a god exists, because our genes don't work in the same way that our code does in Java, C++, JavaScript, PHP, not even like databasing. It's not the same thing. And so you're equivocating. It's not how biologists use it, and you're quoting studies that generally say it's not impossible. We're trying to find out the answer. Why and how? And every time we ask the theists how, they say, whatever. I mean, probably just used his mind powers or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that you ever read anything about Dawkins, about Richard Dawkins, because he said clearly that the information in genetics is a software program. And
you know who Claude Shannon is, Otangelo? Are you going to quote information theory?
But that's also misquoting Richard Dawkins. He thinks creationism, intelligent design is nonsense. He does not think that that type of genetic code can arise from the type of designer that you are typing to talk about. Anytime they ever bring it up, he tries to go, well, I guess I could talk about aliens. And then they make fun of him, for which he's like, well, I'm just telling you how you can have a creator naturally.
Okay, I will quote here Richard Dawkins, River Out of Eden, the Darwin View, Fly from 1996. He says, genes are pure information that can be encoded, recoded, and decoded without any degradation or change of meaning. Pure information can be copied, and since it's digital information, the fidelity of the copying can be immense. DNA characters are copied with an accuracy that rivals anything modern engineers can do. What lies at the heart of every living thing is not fire, warm breath, or a spark of fire. It is information, words, instructions. Think of 1 billion discrete digital characters. If you want to understand life, think about technology. So, please give me an example where random unguided events can create instructional information which directs the making of complex machines. Please, Amy.
Sure. There are chemical complex processes like crystals that become self-replicating. We've also, as we were trying to bring up earlier, have made abiogenesis like compounds, at least life-like elements within the Miller-Urey experiments. There has never been a demonstration of some sort of creator that hasn't had a brain, a mind, has been with outside time and space. These are things that just get asserted. And the only creators we know of are the animals on this planet, and maybe AI.
Yeah. What I said previously, what is the path to the cause. In face of the complexity, irreducible complexity, specified complexity, fine-tuning, and so forth, we can infer that an intelligent, powerful creator must have instantiated all these things. So the mantra of atheists, oh, there is no evidence for God, that's just bullshit. And you are just making random, unsupported, foolish claims, Amy, and you are self-delusional.
Sure.
So, Otangelo,
there's
just
no
a second.
good evidence for God.
Your rudeness, hold on a second. Rudeness aside, Otangelo, like now you're just saying dumb stuff, okay? You're literally just being like, oh, there's no evidence for any way for abiogenesis to have started, despite the fact that you had to concede you didn't know about the evidence, you were in denial about the evidence, and you were lying to me and like failing to familiarize yourself with the evidence for a long time, you've had to
Wait.
concede
You
that
claim
RNA
that I am lying?
polymerization
You're
can
claiming
occur.
that I am
You've
lying?
had to concede that
Wait.
clay can do it.
You
You've had
are
to
accusing me
concede
of
that
lying?
protocells form naturally all over the surface of the Earth. You've had to concede that there was 1.2 billion years for that to happen. So you have basically nothing against abiogenesis. All of your complaints are about the complexity of the modern cell, right? Your complaints are, oh, ribosomes, oh this, oh that. There's nothing really that hard to understand about a replicase, which has more time to keep replicating, varying over time and changing into some other form like a modern cell, right? But you still bring up this abiogenesis thing as though you have a leg to stand on when you really don't. The arguments against abiogenesis stopped being plausible when we had multiple competing plausible pathways, and the argument was which of them is more likely, not whether the consensus is that one of them is likely to have occurred. People are no longer like that really concerned about panspermia or some other thing because they don't have to appeal to that because it's fairly easy to understand how life formed around the vents. We looked at the vents and we found the earliest life at them. So if it's the case that some other explanation occurred, why did God need to form the first life around the vents, right? Otangelo, maybe you can tell us.
Actually,
Amy
I
asked a
think he
perfectly
left.
reasonable. Oh, well, if Otangelo could answer the question, why did God have to make the first life around geothermal vents, which is what we would predict on the protocell abiogenesis clay synthesis theory? Why did God have to do it in a way that's indistinguishable from the theory that God didn't have to do it? That would be a really fun explanation to hear.
He was also rattling off a few reasons for why at the end, and one was irreducible complexity. Irreducible complexity is nonsense, not accepted within the scientific community.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was fun having you on, Natangelo.
I guarantee he doesn't actually know the first thing about Claude Shannon or information theory. He only knows these like bad memes that he gets from other creationists.
Also, Joe from our audience wanted to ask, and it's too bad Otangelo's gone now, but the question was, why is no one pointing out that this whole line of argument is interesting, but in essence irrelevant, as Otangelo's argument is of it's either science or God, and if science fails, it's God, a false dichotomy, and an argument from ignorance. I think that's a good observation.
Yes, indeed. In fact, I would say that at some point life had to come from non-life. That even God had to make us from stuff in their own book, and so.
Well, I think the argument is that
it's also interesting.
When everyone says something can't come from non-something or whatever, the entailment there is that whatever the something is must be the fundamental nature of reality. So if life can't come from non-life, life has to be the first prime mover, essentially. And if consciousness can't come from non-consciousness, then consciousness must be the prime mover. And the problem is that there's clearly no evidence. Like if they said it that way, they said consciousness is the fundamental essence of the universe, everyone would laugh at them because clearly they have no evidence of what the fundamental nature of the universe is. So they say it in such a way that seems intuitive, but the claim they're making is absolutely ridiculous and doesn't have any evidence.
Yeah, he was talking about, or at least he talked about no evidence in general, but no good evidence basically. None of this stuff is anything that anyone should pay attention to.
I'll give him one bit of credit. He at least conceded that he's been avoiding and lying for a long time about not knowing anything about the clay stuff. And his one study that I gave him like 4 or 5 responses to that he never read and never understood, at least he had the balls to admit that he was doing that, and he was going to have to concede that.
But also,
I do find he does that. Yeah.
The audacity, though, to quote people like Richard Dawkins in favor of intelligent design is just, yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit rich. I noticed he mispronounced it as Dawkins, but a lot of people do that, and so yeah, it's important people to remember when mentioning Richard Dawkins' name, it ends just with NS, not NGS. So just keep that in mind. It's not a lot of people, if they mispronounce the names of some of these people, it can actually hurt your credibility a little bit in some circles.
I'm just surprised that the creationists don't all call it evolution, since Dawkins calls it that.
I think they like the evil sound of it.
No, but they don't pronounce it that way. Even though Dawkins like gives them a meme, all they have to do is call it evolution, but they don't. They just don't have the posh British accent to pull it off.
Just watched a video that basically had them calling evolution evil.
I think we have someone named Fractal Strawberry that wants to talk.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Welcome, Fractal Strawberry. Thank you for joining us. You're here just in time. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. What's on your mind?
So I'm an atheist, but I just wanted to ask a question. I was talking to another person who was a theist, and they were arguing that actually a lot of theists are quite accepting, and that I'm over-exaggerating the harm that religion can do, and that so I think specifically they brought up the example that like Muslims in the US, statistically, if you look it up, apparently like most people who identify as Muslim are accepting, like specifically in the US, are accepting of LGBTQ, and like are more progressive. And I was trying to argue with them, saying that like no, fundamentally like religion, especially like the aspects of it when it comes to believing like supernatural claims or this tendency to believe claims that don't have evidence is dangerous, and regardless like that doesn't give us the outcomes that like we would want, especially like if they agreed with me that progressive ideas and ideology is like better, right, compared to the stereotypical conservative mindset that religious people come with. So I couldn't really like, I guess my argument was that so they're talking about quote unquote, this is my words, like watered down religious people. And I couldn't really like articulate it well because they said, but that apparently I was being too strict, and that like I can't decide who's actually Christian or who's actually Muslim or call them watered down or not, because everybody who self-identifies as a religion is, they're that.
There are some fundamental issues with religion. And even though a lot of the religious people do cherry pick and don't follow their religion fully, they do that so they can be more comfortable and adapt it to fit society. But there's a lot of stuff that they won't adapt, that they won't compromise on, that I think they really should, that are poisonous elements to our society. Christopher Hitchens' book, God is Not Great, How Religion Poisons Everything, is a wonderful book to read, and I highly recommend it if you're not familiar with it. Because he gets into a lot of this. The fundamental problem I see with religion is that the followers will very often try to impose on the rest of society their understanding of their ideals. And it's this demand for conformity that divides people into two groups of conformists and nonconformists. So if you're not conforming to their way, if you're a man sleeping with another man, that kind of ties into the LGBTQ plus bigotry that many of them exhibit, and whatnot, then you are somehow the bad guy or taken over by who they deem to be the enemy, the Satan and whatnot. And so this, of course, is a problem. This whole demand for conformity is a problem. And we're living in modern societies where we're civilized nations, supposedly, and people, in order for that to work, people need to be free to choose for themselves. So they're trying to take away that choice, and that's the big poisonous problem that I see with it. There's other issues that I see as well.
And if I could point out, because there is something to be said that, when they come over here from a different culture and a different religion, oftentimes they will liberalize. And so, I have partied with a Muslim F to M who drank with us. Now, are they the average Muslim? Probably not. However, we should appreciate that and understand that they are cutting out, the harmful bits of the religion, while also understand that they are ignoring major parts of the religion. And so it makes it harder when you go across the world to then say, hey, don't do this, because they're going to say, well, hey, I'm following my religion. I'm the true one. So it's like this tightrope that we have to walk. On one hand, yes, it's good they're liberalizing. It seems to be the older the religion, the more that it eventually you get bored of it and liberalize it. You see this with the Jews, it becoming the Christians, and then hopefully eventually Islam. But
like,
no,
who do
go
they think,
Randolph.
Yeah, who do they think they are to say it's against their religion, like as if their religion has some kind of authority over other people's lives? And then that therein again is this demand for conformity problem. It all stems from that.
Absolutely. Well, you could still be an anti-theist. You could still be against religion, while while not hating your Muslim, Christian, and Jewish brothers and sisters. And we kind of have to. We have to, I guess, walk and chew bubble gum. It is much harder or it's much easier to have it the other way and just, hate. But yeah.
Well, sorry.
I was just saying, I don't know if we've fully addressed your questions. Please feel free to push at us more if we haven't.
Yeah, because so no, I mean you guys answered it really nicely. I think, to play devil's advocate, what they would say is that the fact that there are very progressive religious people, to them it signals that religion isn't the problem, and they I guess they wouldn't sort of attribute the harm, or oh, there's extremists everywhere. That's sort of religion isn't anything special in regards to that. There's going to be bad people in religion, there's going to be good people in religion, and they sort of try to neutralize my claim that there's a unique harm in religion, and I want to be able to sort of bring up examples. The classical example is
if I could just say, that is why, and again, they'll take this as an insult. This is why the phrase that the moderates of the religion oftentimes give shielding, because the religious on the fundamentalists, yes, from our viewpoint, we call them extremists, but the text says, do this to gay people. The text says you can't you can't cross-dress. You can't. That's how they phrase it, and they will say it by the sword. And so it's great that they are ignoring passages. They aren't oftentimes, creating a new book and scalping those messages out and then trying to ship it back over. I mean, I guess
there's a more insidious reason, right? So as someone who had Muslim family who were lapsed Muslims who pretty much despised Islam, but
Oh, did X cut out?
There. Yeah, that's okay. He'll come back to us. Yeah, and I think one of the ways that I deal with that too is I'll say to them, okay, so in your book, like I've said to the Muslims, for example, chapter 4, verse 89 says to kill anybody who doesn't believe in Allah. They say, oh, but that's not relevant anymore. And so then I'll turn around and I'll ask an important question to them. Why don't you remove it from the book then? And they're like, oh no, you can't do that. So this is a double standard. They want it in the book, but then they don't want you to follow it. They want to give some excuse why you don't follow it instead of just updating the book. So one of the things about these religions, they tend to be quite rigid and very unchanging. And people are very resistant to change because they consider that to be blasphemy. So their standards seem to be kind of all over the place. Like in some ways, they're very clear on certain points. And other points, it's kind of wishy-washy, and they'll make special exceptions all the time. And it's a difficult one because a lot of them have been indoctrinated, and they're trying very hard to make everything fit, and it doesn't fit with modern society. When you think about what I brought up earlier today with one of the other guests. One of our other guests was about the God flooding the world and people drowning to death, and that's a terrible way to die. Drowning itself is a terrible experience. It's horrific, and so I asked, like, is this actually a good example to follow? No, I don't think it is. I think this is a terrible example, and they'll make excuses for it. And I think the guy was saying, oh, well, there's a reason for it, and then he didn't want to go into the reason. It's always this pushback, and they're not coming up with clear responses. It's always something kind of vague, and really, yeah.
I think what fundamentally comes down to is, are we labeling people who are saying things like, I don't believe in like my main religious religion, book, but I still call myself of that religion. So like, let's say you're calling yourself a Muslim, but you say you don't believe in the Quran. You just believe
when a religious person tells me that they are, like, somebody tells me that they're a Christian or a Muslim or Buddhist or whatever, I tend to just accept what they're saying there, because a lot of people have different ideas on what it is. I've talked to many Christians over the years about this particular topic, and I've asked them, what is the minimum requirement to be a Christian? And although there's a lot of different criteria, the one criteria that they all have is to believe in the Christian God. And in whatever form it's in. So, and the other religions seem to be the same too. So if they're believing in, if somebody tells me they believe in the Christian God and they're a Christian, I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with that. And I think that's a reasonable approach to take. Pascal's wager backs me up on that. But as far as labeling go, that's up to them to label themselves. Now, if they're wrong about something, I'm going to try to address the idea that they're putting forward that I think they're wrong about. Instead of saying you're wrong, I'm going to say that idea has a problem. And so that's kind of the approach I take. So that way they don't take it so personally. Unfortunately, a lot of religious people have trouble separating the religion from the ideas that are put forward in it. That's part of the conditioning they get from the religious institutions.
I'd like to say something as well, Fractal, which is you brought up at the very beginning the idea of like lots of Muslims saying they don't care about LGBT, right? So
yeah, they're more accepting here or something.
Can you think of a reason why a person might still claim to be a Muslim while like demonstrating that they don't believe in it because they don't care about LGBT?
Oh,
why
like
do you think Muslims are more likely to say they're still religious even when they obviously hold beliefs contrary to Islam?
Okay, yeah. Probably for acceptance, like their family, whatever. It's easier, right?
The penalty is? The penalty for apostasy is worse than the penalty for being gay, right?
Oh, really?
So if they were in a Sharia country and they said, I don't believe in God or the Prophet Muhammad, or
they would get killed.
They would get killed. That's right. And this is not like a hypothetical, like there are actually trials, they actually kill people still. Right?
In Saudi Arabia, what they do, from people I know who live there or have lived there, they tell me that since the law was put in that atheists are all automatically classified as terrorists under Saudi Arabia law, they get 1,000 lashes before they get executed. So however long that takes. And this is like Singapore-style lashes. Like you get hit once on it, the pain causes you to go unconscious for a while. It takes a while to recover. It's a very slow, torturous process.
So it's obvious why, like, Saudis are not going to say they don't believe anymore, right? Saudis are not stupid. They don't want to get fucking executed and lashed, right? Now, for a Muslim in a Western country, since they actually aren't going to face those consequences, but they're still going to face extreme ostracization. And if they ever travel home to visit their family in Syria or in Saudi Arabia or in any of these other countries, they know that their life is going to be ruined, right? And we have plenty of examples of this in other religions too. So Jehovah's Witnesses, they disfellow people, meaning they're supposed to never speak to you again. But you know what? The parents mostly do still speak to their kids because they don't believe in this shit either, right? They just want to spend time with their kids before they die. And they're just as miserable being stuck believing in Jehovah's Witness stuff or saying they do as the Muslim who says they believe LGBT is fine, right? Whatever beliefs they have, they're not orthodox anymore, but they're actually under threat if they say anything about not believing in it anymore. And the threat varies from actual execution in Sharia law countries all the way to just ostracization, having their lives ruined.
So what was the original question again?
So yeah, I was trying to come up with because I couldn't have I didn't have a good rebuttal to this statistic, right? That a lot of Muslim people, specifically in the US, are accepting of LGBTQ
Yeah, they're just not really Muslims anymore, but they're afraid to say so because the penalty.
Yeah, that's what I said, but but that's apparently like not good enough, right? I don't know, like I would use that as an explanation for that statistics, like it makes sense to me, right? There, even as an atheist, probably like if I was in a deep south or whatever, and everybody was Christian, and they would like ostracize me for not going to church or whatever, I'd probably like pretend to be Christian or whatever, like weird cult religion they have over there, right? As long as I'm going to be okay. But apparently like that wasn't like so my question is that satisfactory to explain away a statistic like that?
Well, what is the point of the statistic?
That majority of Muslims, or like a huge portion of Muslims in the US currently, based on polls, right, answered that they're pro like LGBTQ, like gay marriage specifically. I think there's a statistic about that, like gay marriage, they're fine with that.
But therefore,
so Sharia law says that it's a penalty of death for doing it.
But therefore,
they're fine with it, which means they don't believe in Sharia law. So it's evidence that they're not true Muslims anymore.
So
yeah, that's what I said. But they said I'm doing a
true statistic. So it's like they accept LGBTQ, therefore
they said a religion is not a problem. That was their whole logic, because I came in there saying religion in generality, right, is harmful, and it would be a better place. It would be a better world in general if less people were religious. And a person was like really aggressive and saying things like, well, you're wrong, you're actually really bigoted towards religious people because not everybody is like this stereotypical conservative that you're thinking about.
Well, so
right?
The important part of that question isn't do most Muslims accept LGBTQ? It's what percentage of Islam accepts LGBTQ compared to the general public? Because if the percentage, even if it might be most Muslims, if it's lower than what average society is, then that proves your point. Because more Muslims, a higher percentage of Muslims are anti-LGBTQ than everybody else, the secular society, the Christian society, whatever else you want to compare it to. And so
if you're talking about the whole world, yeah.
And so it doesn't, even in America. So if you want to say Islam in America is harmful because the Muslim community has a higher proportion or a higher rate of people who don't accept LGBTQ, then that would be evidence of your claim. So them simply saying that the majority of Muslims in America might be LGBTQ positive or whatever doesn't actually support their claim that religion isn't harmful, because that doesn't tell you anything, because what tells you whether or not it's harmful is comparing the impact of Islam compared to some control group like atheism. Secular people, pretty much all of them are okay with LGBTQ. It's like the vast majority, because we don't have any like bigotry or principles that tell us it's wrong. So we're totally okay with it. And so the vast majority of us are like, yeah, LGBT is totally fine. Do what you want. But it's not the vast majority of Muslims, even in America. Maybe it's like some like 50 something percent, maybe 60, because Americans have good, decent moral progress. But you compare that number, there's a 30% difference there. What's causing that 30% difference? Well, if it's maybe the principles of Islam that's holding 30% of people back, then you're right. Islam is harmful for society because it's 30% less effective than not being Islamic. And so that's the trick with Muslims, is that they don't understand logic or arguments very well. They're just going to give you things that intuitively sound good to them. So if you say religion is harmful, they're going to be like, oh, but most Muslims like LGBT. Well, that doesn't tell us anything. You have to go further and understand that in order to know whether Islam is harmful, you have to be comparing that to the control group, which is non-Muslim people, and say, well, which one's more, which one's less, and why.
I think what they were trying to get at is that in America, because they have I think to them, it wasn't sufficient to say that most of Muslims around the world are against LGBTQ, because to them, because I brought up examples of like I'm just gonna call them shit countries, okay? Like I wouldn't want to go there for vacation. Like I brought up
The word is Sharia.
Sharia, sure. Bad countries, okay, like authoritarian regimes and things like that. So I think the way they were trying to argue was that like that the well-being of Muslims and people in general in those countries, like let's say Egypt, or like places where apostles are killed and things like that, right? They were saying it's bad not because of Islam, but because of authoritarian regimes, or because of like bad governments, right? Things like that, or just other types of problems that the country is facing, and that it looks like Islam, but that it's not inherently like a religion problem; it's a people problem. So again, we're coming back to their inherent like sort of idea that they think. Again, if a person is bad, they're going to be bad regardless. If a person is good, they're going to be good regardless. And religion is not going to change that. That's kind of like their idea.
There is a common saying for someone to be good at doing good actions, that's normal. For someone to be doing bad actions, we expect it. But for someone who is good to do bad, that takes religion. And I agree that Egypt, well, I don't know about Egypt's exact makeup right now, because they tend to be more secular, so they may be more towards a authoritarian regime, just like Saddam Hussein was. However, these religious theocracies that prescribe that we need to kill gay people and we need to murder apostates, they're not like that because they're authoritarian. They are like that because it says so very specifically within Scripture. They will tell you, they will show you where, and so the reason that they've come here and they have a more friendlier version of religion is they've come here and they've westernized, secularized, liberalized, whatever phrase that you would like to accept on it. That's why, because they're like, hey, but my best friend over here is gay. But oh my goodness, Nina, it turns out to be trans. Well, I guess I can't hate them. They're members of my same class because we go to the same school together. But over there, the culture is, look, it says so very much in this book, and they are as accurate as far as we can tell as possible to at least their own story.
No, yeah, I agree. Like, but I think the problem was that the other person was arguing that yes, people who claim to be religious and don't follow whatever religious text, right? Even if they're contradicting themselves, and even if we can point it out that they're they're contradictory, like that it's not like they don't see it as a problem. Yeah, sure, you can. Yeah.
Sure, but that's in defiance of the religion. That it's almost to think of it as they have survived the fundamentalist belief, and so now they have a softer version of the religion, a more modern version that probably comes from more secular morals to begin with.
Yeah,
Fractal,
like the New Testament.
Fractal, what percentage of Muslims do you think responded that they were gay or lesbian in a poll?
Oh, probably very low.
Try 0%, okay?
Seriously.
So 0%
in the US?
Muslims in the US that were polled admitted to being gay or lesbian. 0%, okay? Now, you know already that the average of the general population is close to 8%, right? So do you think that if a group of people is 0% willing to admit that they are gay or lesbian, it is something to do with the fact that they know that their own religion is horribly bigoted and they're going to face horrific consequences for admitting that they're gay or lesbian, just as they would if they admitted that they were no longer Muslim?
Yeah, no, that's
a reasonable inference, right? Yeah. So the person that was citing this stuff to you was blowing smoke up your ass, right? She was giving, or they were giving, bogus interpretations of misunderstood statistics. The very first article that I looked this up in literally starts with, in a survey of American Muslims, 0% identified as lesbian or gay. Now, at the very bottom, there's some other polls where like 2 to 4% may admit to having like bisexual leanings or whatever, right? But not a single one of them will admit to the thing which they know will get them destroyed by their family, destroyed by their community, if not targeted by physical violence, okay? So these people that are trying to make these claims about American Muslims being so accepting, even if there's progress, it's still a complete joke, because these people are living in terror of admitting the truth about their own identity, about their own beliefs, They probably don't believe in Islam as much as they claim, and they're probably a lot more gay than they admit.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I'm going to use that actually next time I'm for
I'll
whatever
send you the
reason.
article. I posted it in
Yeah,
the chat for anyone who wants to read it.
thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Um,
if you're interested in the conversations we've been having here, there's a playlist that you can find linked from theisthelpline.com. You can see the last 2.5 years of our episodes here.
yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
I have one last thing, is that we normally use this word for Christians. However, it applies for Muslims. It applies to all religious people. We call them cafeteria Christians. And that is to say that they come in, they look at the Bible, they go, I like this part, I like this part, I like this part. But you know what? This, I don't really like. And that becomes their morals. However, they came in, generally speaking, with that moral to begin with. And you can find the same thing happening with Islam. They go, listen, I like Becky, I like Nina. Doesn't matter that they're gay and trans, and yet I still want to be this religion, though probably more like Ix was saying, probably a lot like Ix was saying, but just being on the other side, they're saying, well, I like these people and I still want to be religious. Okay, fine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yes, cafeteria. Don't let them pick from the cafeteria. A fundamentalist doesn't, as terrible and terrible as fundamentalism is.
Yeah.
Did they turn water into wine in those cafeterias,
Yes,
or
they
is it the other way around?
No, they confiscate your wine and they make you drink only water.
Holy water.
Yeah.
You know, they would think, geez, that would be the miracle for Jesus. If, like, he didn't want you to be, be an alcoholic, he would have went around turning wine into water.
Oh yeah. Fractal Strawberry, we're really delighted that you came and asked these important questions today. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you again in future episodes. Our whole schedule's on the website too.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, feel free to join us anytime. Alrighty, so did anybody have any final thoughts about today's episode?
We had a historic admission by Otangelo that he's been bullshitting us for like the last 2 years. So that
What a
felt
surprise.
like an arc that was just completed. If you go back and watch every episode Otangelo's ever been on this stage, he's been called out for his bullshit about the clay stuff, literally every time. And you can listen to his bullshit responses and his like attempts to pretend like he knew something every other previous episode. Today he finally just stopped pretending. So that was progress.
I think it'll only last about an hour. He's going to go back to pretending.
Yeah, it's like a goldfish, right?
T-Jump, since you're speaking up, did you have any final thoughts, and did you want to talk briefly about how things are going with the Church of Atheism that you've been working on?
Well, still saving up money, trying to buy a building. That's the goal. Need lots of money. That's the goal. That's all there is to it right now.
The Church of the Best Possible Worlds is what T-Jump's working on, by the way. If people are curious about it, it's an important project because he's going to do what the churches aren't doing and actually trying to help people and do so without any specific books in hand, like the churches are known for. It's a noble project and one that I think is deserving of more support.
Thanks.
There are links to it from theisthelpline.com. Click on the About section, go down to T-Jump's biography and or quick overview of what he does, and you'll see it all there. Links to it are there, and you can find out more about it. Amy, did you have any final thoughts?
Yes, I'm just glad that if we were playing apologetics bingo, that if you had contingency on there, I will keep on repeating that you have won. And yeah, I would have loved empirical evidence for a God. We did not get one. The arguments put forward, like that the precepts seem to want to love, not a big fan of. Trying to just go down my list. Irreducible complexity is very silly. And you shouldn't use people who disagree with you, like Hume or Richard Dawkins, if they think the exact opposite of what you're trying to say. Anyway, I do shows as well. You can check out my YouTube at youtube.com/Amy Newman with my co-host James W. As well as sending all the love out there to everyone on all the other chats, because you should be following and subscribing to Randolph Richardson's and T-Jumps, and thank you Taco, Ix, and Spatchcock, everybody.
Oh, and Taco now has a YouTube channel. So
and Taco.
Yeah. Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Ix.
Yeah, it was really fun. And I enjoyed Amy and T-Jump and Taco and you, Randolph, and it was fun to have Jefferson. We should get him on more often. He was a firecracker. I loved it.
Oh yeah, I mentioned to him when that person was in talking to me and Amy, and I said to him, "You might find this interesting." He came right in and had a good time with it. Taco, your final thoughts on this episode?
That was fun.
There we go. Short and sweet. Yeah, I liked that we had a good variety of different guests today, and I do appreciate the pushback on some of the ideas that all of us have put forward, because these conversations tend to go better when people are doing a nice exchange that way. The free exchange of ideas, I like to call it. So really appreciate that this is happening. Again, Taco, congratulations on your new YouTube channel. It looks like you're doing really well with some of your videos too. And best wishes to everybody. Thank you to everybody for joining us. Really appreciate you tuning in, and to all our guests who've joined us. Even though sometimes the conversations can be quite tumultuous, we appreciate everybody being here. Thank you very much. And remember, Politics Discord is a wonderful sponsor for us, because they make these great stages available. They are a very popular Discord group. If you're not in it, you might want to join the guild and engage in conversations with people here. Also, Canadian Atheists, the organization that I run, is also sponsoring the website and certain other things behind the scenes. Thank you very much, everybody. If you want to find out more about us, our website is at www.theisthelpline.com, and you can find out everything about us, including schedule for future episodes. Have a great weekend. What's left of it.